Welcome to your Advanced Organic Dropshipping Masterclass. Now, before we go any further, I want to make something very clear. This is not for beginners. This is not for somebody that just found out about organic dropshipping yesterday. This is not for somebody looking for their first winning product. This is not for someone who needs convincing that the business model organic dropshipping works. This is for my guys who have already made money with organic dropshipping, whether that's just a few $1,000s, $1,000, 5 figures, multi-6 figures, doesn't matter. And if you're one of those guys and you feel like you've hit a certain ceiling or you should be making more with organic dropshipping, then you're exactly who this course was made for. If you already understand the basics but still struggling with, having consistent revenue month to month, actually scaling, turning organic into what feels like an actual predictable business, well then you have made it to the right place. This masterclass that I have for you today is finally going to take you out of all this random, inconsistent, random 4 figures here, 5 figures there. Maybe you've even hit multi-6 figures, but now you can't find your next winner, and finally help you get to a point to where you'll finally have a real consistent 6 or 7 figure business. Now, this video is special to me and for a very different reason than the 6-hour course that I dropped last year. And some of you watching this already know that video, the complete A to Z beginner course, 6+ hours, completely free. And it ended up becoming one of the most impactful pieces of content that I've ever released in this space. That video alone is responsible for taking thousands of beginners to their first sale, their first winning product, their first 5 and 6 figures. But this video is different. This is not a structured step-by-step beginner course. This is not me explaining organic dropshipping from scratch. This is a collection of my most advanced educational content, my highest level lessons, and even conversations that I never even intended to ever post on YouTube. What you're about to watch is a curated masterclass made up of private inner circle group call recordings that the public has never seen from my one-on-one mentorship program, Per Mill, which is the highest level and most advanced coaching that exists within the organic dropshipping space. Some of my most advanced YouTube lessons that were originally released individually, brand new lessons that are recorded specifically for this masterclass, which are all full of strategy and system breakdowns that are only relevant once you already understand the organic dropshipping game. The stuff that matters after you already know how to make videos, after you already know how to test products, after you've already gone viral before. This entire masterclass is all about scaling and treating organic like an actual business. So you don't have to keep running around doing random inconsistent numbers without the knowledge or structure in place for consistent long-term revenue with organic. And if you don't know who I am already, my name is Ethan Hayes and I'm a 7-figure organic dropshipper. I've generated over $1 million selling physical products organically with organic dropshipping, and I've also generated 1.5+ billion views across all platforms. Just last month, to end off 2025, I did just over $50,000 in the month of December, which is a pretty common number for me most months. And of course, that is all completely organic. Long before I ever started a personal brand or started posting these videos on YouTube, I was already known in this space, and literally just because of how good I am at the business model. I have went viral with so many products for so long that people literally started recognizing me just by my hands, tattoos, rooms in my house, certain jewelry I was wearing. It's gotten to a point to where I literally have to go out of my way to make sure nothing that I use in my videos is recognizable. If you've spent even just a few minutes scrolling on a burner, you've seen my influence, whether you realize it or not. All the way from types of products people run, to certain video concepts people use, to certain styles of room decor that all started from me. Even some of the most valuable videos you've seen from other creators within the organic dropshipping space are just one-of-one copies of videos or lessons that I originally released. It even goes as deep as some of the 6-figure organic dropshipping YouTubers that you watch right now have been coached and mentored by me. Because even outside of my own organic dropshipping business, I've coached, mentored, and scaled dozens of other serious organic dropshippers from 4, 5, and 6 figures in lifetime rev to their first or multi-6 figures in lifetime rev. In fact, the amount of ridiculous results that I've gotten for other organic dropshipping businesses is so much that it would be too much to go name by name. So the best way to show you proof of this is just by having my editors see how many testimonials and result screenshots they can throw on screen within the time of me saying this. Being the owner of the highest level of coaching that exists within the organic dropshipping space and coaching some of the highest earning organic dropshippers out there, I have the pleasure of seeing some pretty pretty awesome numbers. Handfuls of dream cars bought by my students, 35K days, 150K weeks, not months, 100K months, first 10K months, first 20K months, first 1K days, first 10K days. The list goes on and on. I think you get the point. And no, I didn't just bring up everything I've accomplished or what I've helped other people accomplish for complete vanity. I included all of that so you can know in the back of your mind the entire time that you watch this masterclass that the information you're consuming is from a guy that truly knows what he's talking about. And my fulfillment from, helping other people succeed, just like all those other guys I just mentioned, is exactly why I created this advanced masterclass for you. Because once you reach a certain level in organic dropshipping, you don't need another beginner content tutorial or another how to find products video. If you want to keep growing and keep scaling and become more successful with organic, you need more than all of these just surface level bland YouTube videos that you keep finding all over YouTube. You need better judgment, better systems, higher level decision making, and knowledge that gives you more leverage. That's what this is about. Now, I want to be upfront with you. Just like the 6-hour course, you watching this video has zero barrier to entry. It does not cost you a single dollar to view this video, which means unconsciously, even with majority of you watching this being 5- and 6-figure entrepreneurs, most of you will still undervalue it. Most of you won't finish it. Most of you won't apply half of the things that I teach in this masterclass, but that's fine because I did not make this for everybody. This is for that small percentage of serious organic dropshippers who actually want to operate at a high level and reach real big boy numbers with organic. If you're one of those people, this video will change the way that you look at organic dropshipping and operate your organic dropshipping business forever. So with that being said, I want to say welcome, my friend. Now, let's get into the structure of your advanced organic dropshipping masterclass. Module 1 will be the systems and strategies of a 7-figure organic dropshipper. I thought the best way to start this course would be going over my own personal systems and strategies on how I got to 6 and then 7 figures with organic. Lesson 1 is going to be my personal organic dropshipping systems. Lesson 2 is going to be the best skills for you to have or learn to get to these numbers quickly and consistently. Lesson 3 is going to be understanding the mistakes of low earning organic dropshippers so you can avoid them. And then lesson 4 is going to be my complete creator strategy that has actually made me roughly $250,000 to $300,000 of my over $1 million in lifetime rev, hands off, generated solely from creators. And then the final lesson of this module, lesson 5, is the teams I use to automate 60% of my business's back end. This lesson breaks down the 2 teams that take a huge chunk of my workload off of me and my mental so I can continue to keep my focus on the highest money making tasks, which also includes my personal customer support team that has automated almost virtually 40% of my business and the specific things they do so you know what to be training your own customer support team on. I actually like to call them my customer support team on steroids because they do so much more than just respond to emails, and you'll understand more of what I mean by that once we get into this lesson. Now for module 2 is going to be advanced content components. Now with you having already done 4, 5, or 6 figures with organic dropshipping, I know you already know how to film a video, how to make content. You even know how to make content that makes money. But I still wanted to include 3 advanced content lessons that, regardless of what you think your content skill level is at, will without a doubt improve your content, get you more views consistently, and make you more money with your content. The first lesson in this module is on hooks. Although it's a lesson I made almost a year ago, it's timeless. To this day, I have yet to see anyone on the internet make a better lesson on hooks within short form content, especially when it comes to selling products. In this lesson, I break down hooks and how to structure hooks all the way down to the psychological level. The second lesson of this module is my complete breakdown on a term I coined called progression. With this being the number one thing that I feel had the biggest impact on increasing the quality of my content, my views, and consistency with going viral, I feel it was only right that I included it in this course. And you'll not only be getting the lesson I made for YouTube, but also the leaked lesson from within my advanced organic dropshipping program. Then at lesson 3, it's going to be understanding content at a systematic level. Most 4, 5, and 6-figure organic dropshippers still mainly use their opinion when it comes to content. So in this lesson, I explain the most advanced method to consistently going viral that 99% of organic dropshippers don't use. views. And finally, to finish off the content module, I'm gonna be leaving you with a tiny little golden nugget. Also leaked from inside the inner circle is from one of Per Mill's advanced coaches, Austin, who's done over $1 million in lifetime rev and 2 billion plus views, where he breaks down how to make a viral video last longer on IG and help keep viral videos from dying out quickly. Moving on to module 3, we have data-driven product knowledge. Being a 7-figure organic dropshipper and owning the highest level of coaching that exists within the organic space, I get insight on data that virtually no one else in the world gets to see. And so what I did was just take a few pieces of this data and include it in this masterclass so you can understand them and then abuse them. So lesson 1 for module 3 is a complete winning product criteria breakdown. A lot of you are gonna say, I don't need that. I've already made 50 or 100K, but you are not that guy yet. I've coached guys who start working with me already at multi-6 figures who need just as much product knowledge coaching as somebody at 2K lifetime rev. It's not even a question. The biggest skill issue within the entire organic space is product knowledge. At lesson 2 is going to be the most up-to-date data behind saturated products in 2026. Lesson 3 is how to find and run untapped winning products. In this lesson, I break down my own method behind finding, running, and making money from untapped winning products outside of the burner method. And the method I give out in lesson 3 is the exact same method I used to take a product that was never ran by another human being within the organic dropshipping space beforehand and make almost 6 figures with it. At lesson 4, we have another golden nugget, my burner PR hack. This lesson is small but extremely valuable. This little lesson will teach you how to never exhaust your burner again and consistently, a lot more often, find and see newer products. At module 4, we have high-level conversations with multi-6-figure organic dropshippers. In this module, I went and chose the 3 most valuable student calls that I've ever recorded, where I sit down with a few students from Per Mill's inner circle that have all done 6-figure months, and we go in depth on the strategies and methods that them and I implemented together to get them there. This is debatably the most valuable module in this entire masterclass because nothing really beats raw perspective from somebody in a position that you want to be in. First, we have Mateo, who started getting mentored by me at a few $1,000s in lifetime rev, and I took him to $20,000 a month. Then, a few months later, his first 100K month, alongside another inner circle student and his business partner, Victor. In his case study, we talk a lot about the systems and strategies we use to get him his first 6-figure month, and we go really in depth on the creator strategy them and I put together that allowed them to do this 6-figure month while barely filming anything themselves. At number 2, we have Sam, who we took from a complete beginner that had never made $1 with organic to his first 10K month, and then to his first almost 100K month. In Sam's case study, we talk a lot about his Instagram and Facebook strategy that we use to get him to 91K in a single month. Then lastly, at number 3, we have Peter, who we took from $25,000 USD lifetime rev to multiple 6-figure months back to back. In Peter's case study, we go really in depth on his mindset and sort of frame of thinking that allowed him to go from 25K lifetime rev to multiple 6-figure months back to back within just a 3-month time frame. Now, lastly, before we get into the masterclass that's going to change your life, I want to mention a little disclaimer. Please keep in mind that some of the lessons throughout this masterclass date all the way back from a year ago to now in January 2026. So there may be some small, tiny indifferences that have changed in the space since then. There even may be moments where you notice I contradict myself from a remark I made in a previous lesson, but this is just from my perspective changing over time and evolving with the space. Regardless, this course still remains true, extremely accurate, extremely valuable, and will bring you dramatically more success with organic dropshipping. So with that being said, it's time to take you from wherever you're at and turn you into an organic goat. Let's get into your advanced organic dropshipping masterclass. We're gonna go over my methods and my strategies that help me get to this multi-6-figure mark. Now, first I wanna talk about creators, but before we do, I want you to understand this is not absolutely necessary. It makes your life easier and it does help things get a little bit more consistent in the long run, but understand I already made multiple 6 figures before I ever started using creators. There's no right or wrong time to start using them. I just have it here so I can give you my methods and strategies when it comes to creators for if or when you decide to use creators yourself. Now, first thing you need to understand when it comes to how I use creators, this is not the lazy guru method of just trying to onboard 1 trillion creators and then just giving them a handful of products. Not only does this rarely work, but it's almost impossible to pull off unless you have a huge personal brand, which majority of you in this space do not. But even with me having a big personal brand, this is still the strategy that I do and that all of, just the common man, the common organic dropshipper can also pull off, which is really simple. you're gonna find 2 to 3 really solid content creators that are able to take on 2 to 3 products at a time. And you're gonna treat them like partners, not little slave employees. You're virtually gonna focus on quality over quantity. Kind of the way I go about this is every product that I start running, I run it myself. And then the moment its IG is primed with a few viral videos, and by that time, it's also probably made its first few thousand in sales, that's when I hand it off to one of my very few, very select creators. And then from what I've already done with its accounts, with the product itself, the few concepts I have in place, and then especially with my personal Instagram strategy, it's really easy for them to just log into the accounts and then just rinse and repeat what I've done. And then maybe, every week to even 2 weeks, we kind of catch up on everything, maybe revamp a few things over here, dial this in over here. But in general, it's pretty steady coasting. And that's virtually the entire process in a nutshell. The main backbone of this is understanding that you're not treating these people like employees. You're treating them like your business partners. You're giving them good margins, and you're actually using creators that are good enough to replicate the content that you're creating and the content strategy that you start. And this not only, of course, keeps things a lot more organized, but it's just simply a much higher quality way to work with creators and make the most amount of money possible. And what a lot of people get wrong with creators is they do the opposite of this, but you should treat creators just as another tool to scale your organic business, not just a lazy way to try and make easy, fast money. Now, let's get into product stacking. Understand that you can easily make your first 6 figures with just one product, but this is mainly for the consistency and long-term sales part of, getting that multi-6-figure mark. And really, it just helps the most with not having or going through those dry periods, where you have your first 50K month, or, you do like 80K in a month, and then the next month you do 5K. This is what that helps with the most. The goal is to get out of just churning and burning 1 to 2 products at a time, like a lot of people do, and get out of that, every few months you're making virtually 0 sales. Basically, a really good way of thinking about it, the way I think about it, is you almost want to think in terms of like building a portfolio, like, a real estate portfolio. Like, you're virtually building a portfolio of products. And of course, if all these products are actively making sales, that's even better. And now, if you're a real grinder, you can do this at like 3 to 4-ish products, but product stacking is really only like doable at this kind of level that I'm talking about with creators. And you don't even have to be like full scale, like crazy amount of creators, nothing like that. Just having your 2 or 3 main products that you run, and then, maybe products from 6 months ago or products that are slowly kind of drying out, you throw creators on them to consistently bring you in that few K a month, while you're taking your active products and, doing that 10, 15, 20K a month with each product. And the reason this works so good with consistency is because 10 products doing 2 to 3K a month is a lot more probable and consistent than 1 product doing 20 to 30K a month. Now, this is just like a dramatized version of what I'm trying to get through to you. I'm not saying you need 10 products. I'm not even at 10 products right now, but you get my point. I want to talk to you about long-term products. Now, this is big because I feel like a lot of people have just and I feel like, a lot of it is the bad misinformation on YouTube and just learning from bad people, learning from these gurus that just genuinely don't know what they're talking about. But I just see so many people acting as if products die. Like, products don't make money after a certain extent, or certain products can only make a certain amount of money. That doesn't make sense. It's never made sense to me. So many people are sitting there like,
oh, you think this product could do 6 figures?
Like, what do you mean? Literally any product you ever touch or run can do 6 figures and make 6 figures, multi-6 figures. Every product you touch and run, you can run for a year plus. And like I said, this is huge because this is gonna help you mentally. This is gonna help with your confidence. This is gonna help you make better decisions. Once you understand that products are not meant to just go and make 20K with, then they die. Like, yeah, sure, there's moments where that happens, but I want you to start treating every single product like it's a product that's gonna go and make you $1 million. And I almost guarantee if you stick with that, instead of just trying to churn and burn through every product you can, you're gonna make more money. $500,000 of my roughly 900,000 lifetime rev, really getting close to that 1 mil mark, came from one product, which if you're new to the channel, I've already leaked that product forever ago. That is Glow Gesture. Doesn't even have 100K followers on its IG, although it's close. And that product has made me roughly $500,000 of my lifetime rev. One product, one IG account. And one last time, I'm begging you to get out of that mindset that every product eventually dies. Some do, things happen, you decide to change products, whatever. But in general, that you can take most products to 6 figures, multi-6 figures. And how you can do this is, instead of being lazy or just giving up, you just constantly reiterate, going back to the drawing board every time things start to slow down, coming up with, new content styles, new concepts, new content strategy as a whole, maybe even making another account, whatever the case may be. But I have this started for a reason. This is huge. Put this in your mind, drive this in your mind now. Products last so much longer than you think they do. I want to talk to you about best things for you to learn and skills for you to basically harness to be able to get to this point really quickly and really easily. First thing, which is super slept on, is being an actual good entrepreneur. I don't know why everybody treats organic like a side hustle or like just this silly little thing they do. If you actually work on being a good entrepreneur and treating organic dropshipping like an actual business, you will see very quickly how much more consistent and just predictable it becomes. I'm talking about like understanding numbers and margins, understanding opportunity costs, like when, where, and how to switch from one product to another, when to drop a product, all these different things, basically the mental side of being an entrepreneur, when or who to hire when it comes to customer support as you're scaling, creators even, agencies for email marketing, all these different things. Just in general, you need to start caring about your organic dropshipping business and treating it like an actual full-fledged company you own instead of some little business. This is going to lead to better decision-making, more long-term results, more predictability, more confidence, the whole 9 yards. Now, next best skill and thing to learn is originality in your content. Now, don't let this intimidate you. You don't have to 100% rely on only making the most original content ever. And even some products you can still get away with barely being original at all. But just in general, I've noticed over time, this is one of those things that probably ended up helping me the most when it comes to virality, sales, more consistency, just being more original or trying to be more original with my content. Because the more original your content is, the higher chance you have of going viral. Because the way social media works is its job and its entire design is meant to have as many eyeballs staying on the platform as possible of viewers. Because the more people and viewers they can have on their platform, the more they can charge companies to run paid ads. So in order to keep as many people on their platform as possible, just think about this from a common sense standpoint. They wouldn't want to be feeding these people almost the same video over and over and over again, or even going as far as they wouldn't want people seeing the same sort of video in general. Not to say a lot of that does slip through the cracks, and of course, people end up seeing similar videos, et cetera, but you understand my main point. It would hurt them if everything their viewers saw was something that they saw yesterday or something they saw 3 videos ago. So of course, the more original you are, the more views you're gonna get, which means more sales. And like I said, just understand it. You don't have to be 100% original, just more original than most. If you can take a video that doesn't have anything to do with products or your product, or it's a video on a different product, and you virtually can morph that into your own piece of content, that's originality. If you can take a video from your competitor and change the text hook to a better text hook, use a different sound, but still rely on the same sort of concept, that is increased originality. So as long as you can hang out around 50-ish% of originality, you're gonna be cooking. Product knowledge. This is kind of a gimme, but it is so important. It's debatably the most important skill you could have when it comes to actually earning these crazy numbers with organic dropshipping. Just doing basic test ordering and running a product because it's viral will only get you so far. Because when you're only relying on test ordering, or you're kind of definitely still on the beginner side and only running products because they're viral, that leaves you with a handicap. That puts you in a position to where you cannot constantly control your decisions and your outcomes. And that's what a lot of this is. Like you'll notice throughout this whole presentation and everything I end up saying, almost all of this boils down to how you can put yourself in a position to control every decision and outcome of your organic business. And the reason product knowledge is so important is because a good product outweighs everything, even content skills. You could be the best content creator in the world, but it doesn't matter how many views you're getting if the product doesn't make sales. Where on the other side of that, you could be horrible at content. You could be one of the worst at content, but you could have a product that's so good it carries your content and goes viral just based off the product. And then of course, that product being so good, you make sales. That is all you need to know to understand that product trumps everything. And as I was saying, when it comes to control and advantages and being able to control your outcomes and your decisions, you are at the highest level of control when it comes to products if you're able to identify a winning product just by looking at it. Plus, being able to run completely untapped products from AliExpress/Temu makes your life easier because untapped products are easier to get up and running. And as we were talking about with the originality factor, if you're running a completely untapped product, that automatically makes every single video you create completely original. Plus on top of that, of course, no comp for the first few weeks you run it. Okay, so this last part is an add-on I actually threw on here really quick right before I started filming after I already made the presentation, but this is still really vital. You should never be in a position to where you don't know what to post next, or you don't have video ideas and you're just sitting there stuck. When it comes to a new product, an old product, whatever you're running, you should literally never be in a position to where you don't know what to post next. next. If you're still struggling with this, you have to get better at content research as a whole, not even just niche research, but just researching content in general. Like, to give you an example of what I mean, this is kind of the best way I could explain it to you. I could never, even if I wanted to, run out of video ideas because I'm always consciously scrolling, and even outside of consciously scrolling where I'm like constantly putting video ideas in my notes, videos I've seen, viral videos from this product, even some videos that aren't products, all that fun stuff. Even on my IG burner, for example, I could get on my IG burner right now and find 20 plus different accounts that are going viral as we speak that I can then just go and grab content from. It's the easiest thing in the world to morph content to your product. You could literally have drastically different products and still take this concept and this video idea and probably even their text hook and use it for a piece of content for your product. The reason I bring this up is because this is what I see a lot of people in the space struggling with the most. What do I post next? I don't know what next video. How do I start a product? That is ridiculous. You should literally never be in that position, even at like an intermediate level. Now, once again, I talked about being original. Still try and be original. I'm not saying just go and try and find competitors and copy their videos one of one. You can do that. That's part of it. But the point is, you can get inspiration and ideas from literally almost any account on the internet. So if you're still struggling with this, you need to lock in on content research as a whole. Now, these are basic principles that you need to understand if you want to get out of that sort of mindset and that thought process of these low earner organic drop shippers. And the first one is saturation does not exist, at least in the way you think it does. Now, this can happen to some products, very few, but for majority of products, just because it makes a lot of sales for somebody else does not mean it's not going to make sales for you. The saturation that really matters in organic drop shipping, which I've been preaching forever, if you've heard this from anybody else, they took it from me, is content, which also goes into that originality factor we were talking about. So virtually the more views a product has gotten, the harder it's going to be for you to go viral. But if you're a great content creator, that doesn't matter. Or if you come up with another angle for that same product, not even just another angle, you can still sell the same thing, but new concepts and new styles of content that have never been created for it. If you know a product converts and you have the confidence to make it go viral, then run that product. Because there are so many products out there that are doing 5, 10, 8K per mil that you guys are refusing to run because you think they're too saturated, where you could pick it up and by next month have your highest earning month. I see it all the time. Also, understand that low converting products aren't all bad. And this is coming from a guy that's main sort of philosophy and thing he preaches is all about products and winning products and getting better product knowledge. You just have to zoom out to really understand what I'm about to say. Just think of it this way. A product that converts 600 per mil but is insanely easy to go viral with is just as good as a product that converts 5K per mil but is super hard to go viral with. Like, just put this into perspective. Let's say you have a 600 per mil product. Sure, it doesn't convert that great, but it's super intrinsically viral. It goes viral with ease. You have it on a super cracked out account and it's doing 100 million views a month. You're still making 60K a month with that product. Then compare that to a product that's doing 5K per mil, but it's so hard to go viral for. You can barely get it to go viral. You're trying everything you can. The concepts are super hard. And no matter what you try to do, even after months of fighting tooth and nail, you've only managed to get like 2 or 3 viral videos with 1 to 2 million views each. That same 5K per mil product that you chose to run because it's the better product has now only made you 15 to 20K instead of that dookie product making you 60. Now, that doesn't mean just go and run a bunch of shitty products. Just understand that there is more nuance than just high converting product good, low converting product bad. Now, before we move on to the final part of this presentation, one of the biggest gems on here, and that's understanding that good content only matters to a certain extent. And being good at creating content and knowing how to go viral like the back of your hand is really more about understanding the content that a product or a certain platform demands. And I see people make this mistake all the time. They think, oh, I gotta put out all this great content. I gotta be doing this concept that takes 3 hours, and I gotta do this concept because it looks so good, when really they would have been making more sales and more views with a 10 to 12 second long concept that took them 30 seconds to film. Now, this does not mean go out there and make bad content. All of your content should be good when we're talking about the basics. Text hooks should be good. Sounds you're using should be in your niche or related to your niche, or viral audios in general. Great lighting, good backgrounds. All the basics should still be good no matter what. That's why I said good content only matters to a certain extent. But beyond that, the best organic dropshippers understand this flashy, good content doesn't matter, because it's actually about understanding the style or concept that that product demands and does best with, or that a certain platform, especially like IG, likes the most. There's easily hundreds of videos out there of mine that if you didn't know who I was, you couldn't recognize the tattoos, whatever, you would look at and think, yeah, this guy's pretty dog shit at organic dropship, or at least dog shit at making content. But then you click on the account and realize it's doing, 50 million views a month. Okay, we're going to talk creator strategy. Okay, now I started this off without going into it first, but basically we're going to start off with how not to do this, which is the guru bullshit. This is the main thing you all see. These guys, they grab a few mid products, or they get, like, literally they're not even peak product selection, and they just go and pile up a bunch of products. Like, some people are so lazy that they try to just, and I'll get into this in a second, but they literally just compile a bunch of people and say, hey, go do the business model for us. I'll just instruct you. It just doesn't even make sense. I'm going to get into that. But I have here, this is not the guru bullshit. This is not where you grab a few mid products, try to hire 20 plus creators at any level and have them run these said products, and then basically just have a bunch of random people do the business for you while you just tell them what to do. This is not only lazy, but it's not sustainable. And this is virtually an impossible method to do without a personal brand, which 99.9% of us don't have, probably will never have, obviously, depending on which way you want to go. But regardless, as of right now, 99% of us do not have, right? And why does this not work? For all the above reasons, and think about it. 90% of it's because you don't have a big personal brand, but you have zero equity in the brand. When I go take a shit ton of products and I just literally try to get as many people as I can to come in and then grab these products, and then they're going to go run them on all these extra accounts, yada, yada, yada. Bro, sure, you might get away with it for a while. There's going to be some point to where you have this done and then somebody just runs off with the account and product. Anybody with a brain that is being a creator for somebody in this aspect, there's going to be somebody out there that does this. It's just not an efficient way to do business. This is not business shit. This is literally like lazy guru weird shit. Like, you're either too trash at the business model that you're not going to be able to go and do it yourself, so you rely on this creator thing, or you are just simply lazy. This is not sustainable, and it'll make more sense. It'll be even more evident why this isn't sustainable when we get into what's actually good, what the actual creator strategy is. But just overall, think to yourself, guys, this is not, in no world would it make sense could you go and do this for years and scale to multiple 6 figs, even 7 figs, with just trying to compile a bunch of random people to just do the business for you. There are going to be so many leaky faucets that at some point everything will crumble. Now, really quick, let's get into my creator strategy, which makes the most sense and has been implemented, and there's actual proof of concept behind this. You're looking at the guy that's done it. I couldn't say that there's nobody else that's done it. I don't know of anybody else that's done it. But I'm sure somebody out there has a brain smart enough to, at least be a good enough entrepreneur to understand this is business. What I'm about to break down to you guys is some CEO shit. This is okay, I'm a business owner and you're just doing something that a good business owner would do. Let me just quit the yapping and get into what I have written down. Now, there's caveats to the requirements that I have here, but just as a decent standard, you're going to want at least 2 winning products at the same time to do this, right? You would not go and get your first winner. And once again, guys, understand this is more of an advanced strategy. If you've not ran at least multiple winners, multiple other winners, I don't want to put a rev cap on it because, if you pull this off correctly, you could do this. Really, we're just trying to think, how can we ethically do this? And the only reason it's ethical, it's okay, some of you are going to be like, oh, I don't give a fuck. I'm a douchebag. I'll do what I want. The ethical way is the only sustainable way. And it just so happens to be that's the ethical way. But you can't go into this and only have 1 winner and then you just hand that off to somebody. Then you're going to be sitting there twiddling your fucking thumbs, right? And then you're back to square one, right? I have this here. This perfectly kind of encapsulates what I keep trying to get across to everybody when it comes to creators. This is not a system to help you do less work. This is a system to help you scale. Your work should stay the same, if not more, right? This is not a system of, oh, I can just keep making the same amount of money, now I ain't got to do shit. No, you want to use this as a vehicle to go to the next level, to continue to scale, to continue to make more and more money, right? When we're talking scale, when we're talking actual business, what do? You go and hire employees, right? Not to do less work. You want to take on more work. So you go hire employees to do the previous work or to do more of said work, right? And that's a huge misconception everybody has. They are using creators to do less work while barely making shit. Now, in super simple terms, this is how it works. You find, contrary to this bullshit up here, you find and start said winning product, okay? You go and you make the product its first few $1,000s in sales, aka proof of concept, and this part is also necessary for the creator incentive that I'm going to touch on as we get further into the presentation. And also at the same time, outside of what I have in parentheses,
You're also going to want to have a few piled up winning concepts, which kind of goes hand in hand. Like if you've made a few thousand in rev, you'll probably have a few winning concepts. If you have a few winning concepts and it's actual good product, you already have made your first few thousand in rev. So once this is accomplished, it is time to hand off the product to your creator. Now I'm going to go ahead and jump straight into this because this is going to be my next piece of it anyways. This next section is a couple things on details of the actual process / benefits I want to touch on. Obviously, I could have made this super intricate. I could have tried to make this 3 pages long, but I mean, this is as simple as it sounds. Now I'm going to break down a little bit of the details and some of the benefits of the differences in the guru bullshit laziness and actual big dog CEO that just wants to print more money. Okay. Now, using creators this way is what gives you equity in the store, which keeps us from running into those leaky faucets that I was telling us about. When we're talking actual entrepreneurship, that's another thing, obviously, as you all know, I try to do more than anybody else. Treat this like an actual fucking business. Even if you're like, yes, this is my business, you can still, without even knowing it, be treating it like a side hustle. So go into this. This is not some bullshit little organic or I'm going to fucking throw in a bunch of creators, blah, blah, blah. Like, you want to think of this as an intricate business. So we need to think of things ahead of time. Leaky faucets. How much time is X, Y, and Z going to demand of me? Et cetera, et cetera. We're going to get into that in a second. But using creators this way is what gives you equity in the store. This is why this creator strategy makes the most sense. This is what keeps us from, in the long run, all the random people. They're not going to be random people with this strategy, by the way. I'm going to get into that in a second. But it's going to keep all those random things from happening, like your fucking stores getting stolen, which is the main issue that will arise. This will arise at some point, and then you're cooked, okay? And once again, this is the probably biggest issue with that entire concept is the only reason ever it would make sense is if you have a huge personal brand. 90% of us will not be there, right? And the only reason these people even stay and do this is because they're like certified glazers. You're going to get a bunch of bottom of the barrel, mid-tier, just middies. Middies. It's only going to cause issues. There's just so much, like, how can I say this? There's so much in the air, if that makes sense. I'm sure majority of you could have enough common sense to understand, like, why this wouldn't work long term. And this is not sustainable. The guru bullshit that I referred to earlier. But you starting the product, you basically creating the brand, although I'm referring to the small organic dropshipping store. That gives you equity in it. Somebody runs off with that shit, now it is theft, right? It's not just some little virtual handshake you had with somebody and, they just fucking run off with your shit. No, at this point, they would technically be stealing money from you, damaging your business, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a whole different ballgame. And I should have included it on this. If you guys loved this one, we could start getting even more into creatorship. I don't have to at the moment, but we could even talk about how to conjure up the right contracts or et cetera, et cetera. But once again, that's probably not necessary because of this method. So now you guys are all starting to understand why this route right here makes the most sense. Now, this route also streamlines creator management. Okay? All of you think you have all the time in the world. You don't. Having to track the data and deal with 20 plus random people is a ridiculous amount of work as is. That would fill up your entire day. Once again, we're talking leaky faucets. All these little things you're like, oh, I'll deal with that later. Or, oh, that might be an issue. Sure, it might work the first month. Sure, it might work the second month. But when we're talking 6 to 12 month long-term business plan, you're fucking cooked. You will allow the creator to log in to your accounts. Having them create new accounts defeats the entire purpose of this entire method. Okay, that's another thing I get brought up a lot. It's like, okay, like I'll bring up, creator stuff to somebody and they'll be like, oh, okay, should I have them make a new account? It's like, that literally doesn't make sense, right? Because the whole point is riding off of the thing you've sort of already built, the system you've already built. And that's, once again, when we're talking equity, but the other reason for, why it has to go in this process is because them starting from square zero, you're relying on their skill set. You're relying on them. You're relying on all these bottom of the totem pole people because these are the only people that would, do it with the guru method. You're relying on them. Like literally, you're just playing a fucking luck game on if some random guy can get a random product you give him to hit. If you take the wheel, you do all these things, and you're going down this strategy or doing this strategy. You have this machine already created. If you've already went viral 9 times out of 10, that account is now going to continue to perform good. If you already have a few winning concepts, you get what I'm saying. It's not starting from square one. So you're starting the business, right? Like I want you to imagine, I go out and start a business, irrelevant to organic dropshipping. And I'm just like telling some guy, hey, I have all these ideas. Say I'm fucking started a pressure washing business. Hey bro, I have this great idea. I haven't done anything yet, but like you're hired. You're going to like pressure wash businesses for me when I go find work. What the fuck? Probably not. I have this other job I'm doing, or I have this company I work for, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that. Who knows? After that, are you even going to be able to get me another job? Are you even going to be able to, how am I going to be able to sustain like an actual income from this? Right? It's kind of shady. It's weird as fuck. Nobody would do that, right? If I went and started a pressure washing business, I'd be going and doing the fucking first fucking, few thousand, the first few jobs myself, until it got to a point to where I no longer could take on the amount of work being done. So then I would hire employees to scale. Is this all making sense now? So with that being said, they're going to log into the accounts. That's the only way this would work. That's the only way it makes sense. You're now freeing up your time to move on to the next one by putting them in a system that's already running, aka your accounts and brand that you've already created. You want to think of your creator. This is a big one, by the way, guys. You want to think of your creator as a member of your team, not just some random person. You want to create a relationship with them. This will allow you guys to work better together and more long term. So there's something called churn. With something like this, there's a term called churn, which is basically, associated with creators. It would basically be the amount of creators that you're having to run through. Okay? You can keep your churn at 0 by doing it the way I'm talking about doing it. By creating these personal relationships. Like, let's say you had a 50% churn or 100% churn and you were bringing in fucking a new creator a month. That's constantly backpedaling. Because the longer you work with these guys, the more systemized they are. My creator, bro, like we've developed such a close relationship. We still talk very often, but having to talk about the actual processes of the few stores he's creating for, rarely. Because bro's top G, he's part of the team. He knows these systems now, right? He went from employee to fucking general manager. I don't have to say, hey, go do this, go do that. When this stops working, or the IG strat, he wants to implement the ABCD, or he wants to try this new it's all automatically ingrained in him because we've been working for so long now, and he just understands my processes, right? So you want to think of them as part of your business, not just some random employee, not just some random dumb fuck. Okay, like genuinely get close with these people, like they're part of your business, not a random guy. With the correct creator, you can get away with one creator for 3 to 4 stores at a time. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory. If you have one good guy who's really wanting to stick with you and you do all these processes I'm talking about, get personal with them and actually make them a fucking team member, then they can bring on 3 to 4 at a time. And once again, this goes into why you do not need 1 trillion creators, right? This whole dumbass method that barely works, you're just playing with luck. You guys are now seeing how this is systemized, how this is very, this is business shit, right? This is real business shit. Now, although it's not a must, you don't want to hire a creator that you have to mentor. That's like the blind leading the fucking blind. I see even in our fucking, what the fuck is it called? Opportunity chat. Or there'll be even randomly people hopping into the Discord as a whole and being like, yo, I'm hiring creators, I'll mentor you. It's like, bro, you've done like 30K lifetime rev. Like, sure, you could be mentoring somebody that started from ground zero, but you don't want somebody starting from ground zero because then you're fighting an uphill battle, right? When I'm talking about creators, guys, I'm talking about guys that already know how to make fucking content. You get what I'm saying? Like, you guys are starting to understand why all this makes sense, I'm sure. But yeah, it's a whole different fucking ballgame. And you can find these people, by the way. There is a lot of people out there that are great at content, but maybe just not entrepreneurially driven. They can't figure out the back-end systems. They can't, stay like consistent. They can't do this, or they don't want to deal with that. There are guys out here who are legitimately good at content that just simply don't want to run businesses. They just want to work for people. These are the creators you're going to be using. Now, once again, I want to touch on this. I forgot to mention this. I flexed this to 2 or 3 different students, but I'm going to flex it again because it's a huge flex. But this is why it matters so much to be so personable with your person. In November of last year, my creator, the one I've worked with 2 other creators technically, and those were on random stores that now one of them fucking got cooked, one of them is dormant, waiting for another creator that would actually like to take on the product because the product is really annoying. But the creator now that I still have running 2 whole other stores, himself, he's been the main guy. He was up to 3 at one point. In November or December of last year, he was the number 1 person in the world on TikTok Shop. The motherfucker was the number 1 TikTok Shop creator in the world for a multiple day period or something. That's how fucking nuts this guy is at content. In the midst of that, of course, me as the business owner, I'm getting scared, bro. I'm like, yo, you're fucking printing please don't leave me. I didn't say that, but you get what I'm saying. That's what was going on in my mind. So I'm starting to dabble in it with him. I'm like, bro, I'm basically like hinting at him like, I'm going to try to take away, a lot of your workload. Just tell me if you want, the next product. If you don't want it, I'll just go and find another creator. I know you're doing a lot, blah, blah, blah. And because we've developed such a good relationship and I was so personable, he was like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Bring me more. More. What are you talking about? We're not slowing down anytime soon. Like, basically was like, I don't give a fuck what I'm doing. I'm still going to create for you. He loves being part of, my company, the, organic dropshipping side of things, right? That's why it really matters. A guy doing over $100,000 net profit a month, still creating for my store. Sure, making 5 to 10K a month on his creator side, but still, you get what I'm saying? That's why being personable with your people matters. And I see that a lot, bro. It's just ego really that gets in the way a lot, but like, you do not look cool to anybody if you're a piece of shit to what you would consider your employees, right? Or you try to act like the cool guy. Become friends with these people. It works out in the long run, trust me. Now, yeah, so, and also as for the mentor thing, guys, that's the blind leading the blind. You're not going to be offering anybody, hey, I want to mentor you for you to be my creator. Just doesn't make sense. But that also isn't necessary when we talk about the incentives when I get to the pay in a minute. We're going to talk about incentives and why that's also not necessary for you to offer that. Now, I'm going to try to stay away from that until we get there. The entire system works best with a primed... Now, this isn't a must, but I mean, it's kind of common sense. The entire system works best with a primed IG product. As you can assume, because of the simplicity of the IG strat, the entire process will be more streamlined and effortless with primed IGs, right? Like you guys have seen, once the IG strat is really like in full effect, I mean, it's nothing. You're basically, like, you don't have to, like, try to sit there for weeks at a time and dial in new concepts with your creator and try this and try that, or just hope he starts making good content. With the IG strat being so simple, and you can even go as far as starting to pick products based on this criteria once you get so advanced. This is kind of in a similar position I'm in, where I kind of almost, like, think to myself, okay, how easy is it going to be for me to delegate this to my creator once it becomes that time? And especially like, when it comes to IG, because it's not all these new concepts all the time. You guys are not always having a brainstorm. You're not always having all these calls. It's literally just replicate what I've been doing, implement the IG strat, and let them in on the IG strat. Simple as that. So that's why, I mean, that's pretty obvious though. But it is still possible with, if you don't have a primed IG, it's going to be like actual effortless and seamless and damn near completely passive with an IG. You want to think of this. Now, this is when it gets into some real saucy shit right here, boys and girl. You want to think of this as real estate in a sense, okay? You're going to be building a portfolio of profitable automated e-com brands / stores. So that's the goal. You bring on a product, you get it started in the simplest terms possible. You bring on a product, you get it started, you hand it off to a creator, you're on to the next. And you build up this portfolio. Imagine if everybody started now trying their hardest on this and really lock the fuck in. 5, 10, 15 almost completely passive stores. Now let's think about this even deeper before I get to my next point of exiting it. But let's just think about that even deeper. Let's just say you even, like, none of your stores were even that crazy, but they all brought in 10-ish K a month. And you had it even 5. Let's go fucking balls to the walls 10. You're looking at 50 to 100K a month in revenue, completely automated while you're still building. Okay, yeah, 20% less. And once again, now that you have this in mind, you can also help this dictate the products you're running, like I was saying beforehand. So if you're barely getting 40% profit margins on a product, might not be optimal, right? Like if you're sitting there thinking like, I don't know, I don't think even at scale I could squeeze, an extra 10 to 20% out of my supplier on profit margin side. I wouldn't, because you're going to be giving them 20%, as you guys can see down there. So, but let's say in a perfect world, so you can kind of keep this in mind, all of your products are 50 to 70% profit margins. Okay, 2 of the stores that my creator is on right now are 70% profit margins. That's on Rev. Let's say we're at 50 to 70% profit margins. Okay, even 50 is still not horrible. Let's say you're at 50K a month. For easy math, this is a bit of a stretch, but for easy math, let's say you're at 10 stores that are doing 10K a month, completely automated by 2 to 3 creators, and you have everything dialed in. I could think of 5 of you in this chat that are in this call right now that 100%, that would be a very easy goal to achieve. 10 stores with creators on them by the end of this year. I think that's a very easy goal to achieve. I don't think a lot of you would disagree, especially some of you more advanced guys in here. Let's say 10 stores doing on average, of course they fluctuate, some have other good and bad months, on average $10K a month. You're at 70% profit margins. 20% of that goes to your creator. You are at $50,000 fucking dollars a month, completely passive. Okay? And then let's say you're even at 50% margins, which isn't ideal, but it's still possible. You're still at 30% net profit. $30K a month net profit, completely passive, while you're still building and scaling your business. And that number only goes up. I mean, that's to your average person, that's like a whoa, what the fuck moment. But now let's get into where it really gets crazy, right? And once again, guys, I know those numbers are fluffed up, but really there are 5 of you in here right now that I'm looking at that could implement this and it makes sense. And like I could see you guys getting to 5 to 10 stores by the end of this year, like that are automated with creators and everything. Easy. But let's talk the other crazy side of this. This hasn't been done yet. This is actually a goal of mine. But the said portfolio is 1,000% exitable. That's not even a question. Okay, because we've seen guys exit their e-com stores, right? Almost all of your coaches in here have exited an e-com store, have exited one of their random organic dropshipping brands. This will more than likely be able to exit at a higher multiplier than just selling one store. If you guys don't know, the average of selling an organic dropshipping store, they try to get you at a 1x of like your previous month's revenue. Don't quote me on that. It's like your previous month's revenue or the total amount of revenue within the last 3 months, something like that, something along those lines. Okay, I went through the process twice, couldn't get either store sold. First one was a fucking basically scammer that I came to found out, and then second one was a weed store, which was hard to sell anyways, and then the fucking store died and got fucking banned, which you all know of. Rip Puff Shop. But beyond that, they try to get you on a 1x multiplier. Okay, I could see this because what do they look into even outside of organic dropshipping, just in business? They look, when we're talking, multipliers, EBITDA, all that bullshit. I'm not gonna, make you guys think hard with your brain with all these dumb fancy business terms, but there's multipliers for things, right? Like there's different industries that get different multipliers, all this stuff. Okay, to exit a store or exit, like let's say a brick and mortar business you started, it's normally a 1x on organic. I think something like this, like I said, this has never been done before. I might be the first one to do it. Who knows? I could pull this off by the end of this year. I think it 100% because it has so many assets, as in a portfolio of multiple stores, and completely passive, especially with all the teams that we all implement once you guys get to a certain advanced stage, and literal creators doing your main job. I think this could get us to that 2x or who knows, even 3x on the exit side. Right? So that's another crazy huge thing you could have to look forward to. I think no matter what, it's going to be above the average of what you would normally exit a store for, which is crazy. That's just my assumption, though. So this is how the pricing structure for your creators are going to go. Now, I know this lesson, it doesn't apply to a lot of us. It does apply to some of us in here, though, because it used to, I was like, okay, it doesn't even make sense. You have to have all this and that and this. But really, like, if you wanted to, it is possible, especially with the help of me and, you're in the mentorship, to pull this off once you're at just bare minimum two winning products. Just understand that it's not beneficial for you. It's going to be a lot harder of a road compared to some of the guys in here who have already done multiple 6 figures, multiple winning products. It's going to take you longer. It's going to be harder to implement, all these things. You're kind of hurting yourself a little bit if you've only had like 2 winning products and you're going to already try to dive into creators. It is possible. I'll still help you with it, but just understand that. Now, your pricing structure, but with that being said, this is still good for not only because it's part of like the course for the mentorship now, but there's like a good handful of you guys in here who could start implementing this right now today. Some of you already are, actually. Now, your pricing structure is going to go like this. No retainer. Absolutely no retainer. Okay, we want to keep what's great about dropshipping as a whole, and that is no upfront cost, no risk of losing capital. Who knows? You put these guys on a store, you're paying them $1 to $2K a month retainer. They fucking take the store to dog shit. Now you're out $1 to $2K with a dog shit creator, right? So absolutely no retainer. Now, on average, we're looking at 20%, but I added in this 15% because there's a caveat, right? So 15 to 20% of monthly revenue is what you're going to pay these guys. You can play around with this, I say here, you can play around with this depending on the skill level of your creator. Obviously, if you want A players, you're going to have to pay A player prices, right? Now, the reason you can get away with no retainer and not having to risk the upfront capital is because the incentive behind this and the entire process of what you have to do in order for this to make the most sense, and you start it out, you start the machine, you start the business itself, is the moment that you're already going to be sitting there making sales. You're just looking to scale. This isn't you trying to be lazy like these gurus. You're looking to scale. Your store's already making money. You already have winning concepts. You're just wanting to, remove yourself from this one and move on to the next. So this store is making money. The moment these guys post their first video, it doesn't matter if a previous video you had blow up is still going or randomly blows up again, or a random one that you posted a week ago starts cooking. They make 20% of that. Right? And let's say by this time, 9 times out of 10, your store is probably going to be at like a nice few hundred dollars a day, who knows, even 1K a day, and you decide to let it rip. The more the merrier of what it's doing at that moment when you onboard your creator, because the incentive is you don't get a retainer, you get 20% rev, and you're going to make money the day you start posting. You could go a week and post the worst fucking content on the planet, and you're still going to make money from me, from the business I've already created, right? That's the incentive. Trust me, it works. The reason I'm actually probably the most educated to speak on this exact topic, among other things, bro, I have probably the best creator somebody could find. Like, if you were to take everybody who uses creators, and you were to take my creator, he's top G. He's fucking top G. He is the top G of creators. So I know this works. He's never been paid a retainer once. He's never, ever had a single problem with it. And he's definitely the best content creator out of any creator that works for anybody. I'm dead as fuck. Who made that? Who made that? Yo, that's actually fucking hilarious. What the fuck? Dude, that is amazing. What a great way to end this fucking call. Wow.
We're going to get into teams I have implemented and some that are an absolute must if you're already doing 10K plus a month. And like I already said, you could even push that down to 5K plus a month. It just depends on your situation. So as for this first team here, this is my fucking knight in shining armor. One of the best decisions I have ever made. Best team I've ever implemented. This is the fucking fort to my knight. If, somebody had a gun to my head and said you could only choose one team to implement within your organic dropshipping business, you could only pick one. This is the team I would pick 10 times out of 10. As you see here, I have them on here as customer support reps on steroids. The best thing to call them, like the best term to use, is customer support reps, but I don't want that to kind of belittle the value. They're so much more than that. Now, understand that this is not your regular Joe Schmo. This is not that random Philippine kid you're paying $5 a month to respond to some emails with broken English, getting you a bunch of refunds, returns, and chargebacks. These guys I've trained for a year plus. They are hands down, you cannot go out there and find another one even close, not even 50% of the value these guys have within the organic drop shipping space. They not only work for me, they work for like 90% of Per Mill, my one-on-one coaching program, and all the students inside of there. They're trained specifically on organic drop shipping. Not only are they just absolutely ridiculous at saving you money, headaches, returns, refunds, all that bull crap when it actually comes to customer support itself. They do it at an insanely high level, amazing English, the branded emails, all these different things. They're even trained to be in your suppliers group chat, so they're dealing with that stuff, all these different things, but they also help with basically the entire back end of your business, especially when it comes to the customer side. It's not just emails. They're, messing with your chargebacks, responding to chargebacks. They're sitting there and they have all these little crafty ways of, making sure a customer doesn't have to get a refund, trying to keep returns from happening. They're in your suppliers group chat on their head when they're not fulfilling orders, going back and forth with your supplier every single day, like, hey, this customer needs this. Hey, this customer didn't get this. Hey, we need this shipped, etc., etc. There's so much I'm probably not even thinking about. These guys automate, I'm not even kidding, probably like 40% of your organic business. They are an absolute must for me. Now, second team is a website dev. A lot of people, there's kind of controversy around a website dev. Like, you have all these beginner, these guys we were talking about in the beginning of the video that literally barely know what they're talking about as is, just post a bunch of like vlogs every day and almost have no idea what they're talking about. For some reason, they're somehow against you having someone else automate and do something for you that somebody else can do just as good as you that saves you time, even though that's kind of the whole point of being a good entrepreneur and running an efficient business. So a website dev, I use a website dev. Not for every single website. I would say 90% of the websites I make, maybe I just randomly have a hunch or I'm bored one day and I bang out my website, or I'm doing something really specific that the website dev I use, I don't think he would be too amazing at. And now don't get me wrong, I still know how to create a website. You should know how to create a website, because then when you do use a website dev, you're not sitting there cooked when they mess something up or something's not right, or you want to change a few things. The whole point is just to automate your time. Instead of sitting at your desk for 4 to 8 hours, you could be doing so many other money-making activities, instead of doing that, you can pay somebody $100 or $200 for them to get it done just as good as you. And when we get into this product stacking and product portfolio we were just talking about, and you end up having, 3 products in the background, you're constantly onboarding this product, you have another product over here ripping sales, it ends up becoming a lot. And you could end up in 1 year hundreds of hours creating websites. In no sense of any good business out there would that make any sense at all for you to be doing that activity after you've already learned the basics of how to create a good website. You should 100% be automating and giving that task to somebody else. Now, as you can see by the title of this video or this lesson is going to be going over hooks. And, as you already know, not the generic bullshit that you've heard everywhere else. We're going to be going into actual detail. Regardless, let's get right into it. I'm not going to hold you too long on this because we all know what a hook is. But what is a hook if you don't know already? There's 2 types, a text and visual hook. The first piece of text displayed and what is going on within the video within the first 1, 2, 3 seconds. Now, all of us already know that. So let's really get into the actual fucking nitty gritty. First of all, I'm going to name off some common mistakes I always see made when it comes to hooks. This would be not thinking deep enough, meaning you're just, making a hook that you've seen somewhere else, not putting any thought behind it. You're not relating it to your product. You just saw, oh, this guy went viral, I'm gonna use that hook. Doesn't work that way. Too generic. Something like TikTok made me buy it. Obviously that's horrible for many reasons, but something that just doesn't resonate with anybody. It's just literally a sentence that nobody gives a fuck about. Zero reality added to it, just brainlessly copying someone else. Kind of goes into what I was talking about with not thinking deep enough. But also, we have to understand, guys, we're doing organic dropshipping. There are moments in time where, you can get away with seeming a little bit more salesy or like much more of an ad than engaging content. But what a lot of you don't ever try to do is add sort of realistic scenarios or realistic emotion or words into your hooks. Really just your videos in general, but mainly your hooks. The third, and I put stars beside this because this is the most important and the most common I see, and this is not focusing enough on the visual hook. It is so important. It's like everybody lacks and does not care enough about the visual hook. I even go as far to say it's just as important, if not more important. A lot of you guys are just like, you're so focused on that text hook and then you'll randomly put a fucking box in front of the screen. Or you'll start the video out just basically trying to do nothing, and then you just slowly get into the video, which is really bad. I have that starred, 3 asterisks on both ends of it because that is the biggest, most common mistake I see made, and just that change alone is going to 10x your content. And of course, the too salesy and ad looking. Buy my product, or trying to name off your brand in the hook. Like I just said, the classic TikTok made me buy it. Now, before we move on, I do want to state that negative hooks are always stronger than positive hooks. You keep that in mind, and you will see that common theme throughout this entire presentation, in this entire lesson. The human mind, we're not going to get into the fucking psychology behind it. If you've seen some of my previous videos, I talk about it a little bit, but we are just more attracted to and care more about and more engaged with something negative rather than positive. Although that doesn't mean a positive hook won't perform good, but negative is always going to win. Now, let's talk about the 2 different types of visual hooks. First, you have your scroll stopper or your head scratcher. Now, the way I like to describe these is your scroll stopper, which is normally your most common. It's going to be something very satisfying, very abrupt, or just, some sort of wow factor within the video. Not referring to your product, but whatever visual you're actually doing, which sometimes can or cannot or may not include your product. But just something crazy happening in the video. And then your head scratcher, which this is one that a lot of people don't ever really try, I don't see that much of, is makes the viewer stop and question why something is happening. Okay, now first we're gonna check out an example for a head scratcher and what this is. Okay, now let's pause on that, okay? The reason this is a head scratcher, and this is like one of the best head scratchers I've actually seen in a minute, is he's starting the video off putting very expensive items, multiple, like a shit that, like, dude, bro has like easily $1,000 or more worth of items that he's throwing away in the trash. Regardless, even if you're in that niche or not, you're gonna be sitting there saying like, why is he doing this? What is the purpose of this? I wanna keep seeing what he's doing. Is he genuinely gonna throw this all away? Is he gonna destroy this shit? Is he gonna waste all of his money? Right? That's where the viewer's mind is at with this good of a head scratcher visual hook. Now let's get into the most common. You see these all the time. These are your scroll stoppers. Here are a few good examples for a scroll stopper. If this will pop up here, boom. That is an automatic scroll stopper, okay? Even that first second in,
you're like, whoa, right? Mouth watering. It looks so crisp, so clean, the perfect lighting, just a super, honestly, hydrating looking, just whoa. Like if you're looking at this, you're going to be engaged. Okay. This was a good scroll stopper. Now let's move on to our next example of a good scroll stopper. Now, who the fuck is going to do this? This is even honestly could really be deemed as both. First of all, something spilling out, it's kind of satisfying. It's definitely out of the ordinary, super bland background, and then something spilling out. Contrasts really well. This is darker, that is white. It really could work as a scroll stopper and a head scratcher, because on the other end, you're wondering, after a few seconds in, you realize he threw that on a blanket or a bed or a comforter. Why the fuck is he intentionally spilling something on his bed? Which is out of the ordinary and gonna make you stop scrolling. Now, after seeing those examples, guys, remember throughout, just this entire thing, the entire series and each lesson, but specifically this lesson, don't just go and take what you're seeing or the examples I'm showing, and once again, brainlessly just going like, oh, Ethan had it on a video, I'm gonna go copy it. This is to get the mice wheels rolling in your brain, okay? This is to start giving you ideas like, okay, how can I do something similar with the product I'm running right now or the multiple products I'm running right now? Keep that in mind throughout the entire lesson, but that's going to cover the basics and 101 of visual hooks. Now, let's move on to text hooks 101. There really are only two strong points to a text hook. Now, I never really see them broke down in this fashion, but once you get to the root of it, these are the two main parts or two main sort of hooks that you can utilize with a text hook. And that is either one, emotion striking, or two, curiosity building. Okay, so now let's talk about what an emotion evoking text hook will look like. And before we continue, because this just popped up in my mind, I want you guys to understand that although we're breaking this down step by step, what different one is what, the best visual and text hooks include every trait. So the best visual hook is going to include a head scratcher and a scroll stopper. The best text hook is going to include an emotion striking and a curiosity creator. And this is going to be really obvious, if you just take a day of consciously scrolling and looking for all these things after watching this video, and especially once we get to this interactive part of this lesson, you're going to see how common and really why they work so well, especially the ones that have every trait. Now, let's get into what an emotion evoking hook is like. So there's really two of the best ways to go about it. As I said at the beginning, negative is always going to outperform positive. So that's why, for simplicity's sake, we're going to talk about the two most negative emotions, which will be angry or sad. So for angry, you're going to try and make someone feel angry or personally attacked by calling out either them, their beliefs, or the viewer's pain point and problems. And once again, I have examples to explain what these mean here in a moment. Now, for sad, very similar, but a little different. To make somebody feel sad, you're gonna bring up or talk about something that is obviously something sentimental to them, something or someone they've lost, or maybe has nothing to do with them at all, but they're passionate about it. Now let's look at a good angry emotion evoked text hook.
No, look, you found another way to cheat on me.
Did you really print out my own?
We don't have to continue any further. The text hook that I'm referring to is POV, you caught your boyfriend cheating again. That resonates with just about anybody, and even if somebody doesn't have a partner, they have had a partner in their life, and even if they never have, they will at some point, and even if none of that is the case, right? So we're resonating with virtually everyone on the planet. But this is a subject that's gonna make majority of people angry. Okay, cheating is not a good thing. Nobody likes a cheater, right? Now let's move on to a sad emotion evoked text hook. Their last kiss, right? This is very sentimental. You're putting so much emotion, and you'll notice on all these good examples, guys, look at the engagement, right? 90% of them are viral videos. This is putting so much emotion into people. This is such a strong emotional visual and text hook. Okay, and this is very much so of a curiosity visual hook, as well as a good sad emotion evoking text hook. Now let's move on to a good use of both at the same time, which is normally the strongest form of a text hook. I've had this in a video in the past, but you just can't beat it. This hook is just about as good as it gets when we come to emotion evoking. Now, I know a lot of some of them are really far-fetched and out there. Don't go so overboard. I would almost even say this one is a little overboard, but it's just so good and strong in every fashion. That's why I always bring it up. That's why I brought it up in the last video.
No one gives a shit about your stupid Christian case business. This is going to make some people angry. This is going to make some people sad. This is going to make some people feel both very strongly. This is also a scroll stopper and a head scratcher, because you're not going to see this very often. You're looking at it, holy shit, a girl's crying. That's the scroll stopper, right? And then you're wondering, why is she crying? You're looking at this text hook. You're saying, okay, that kind of pisses me off. And it's also kind of sad. I mean, everything about this visual and text hook, no wonder it did millions and millions of views. The proof is in the pudding, okay? Now it's all starting to make more sense. So really, the more traits you have of everything we're talking about visually and text, the better and stronger that hook will be. Now, let's get into the creating curiosity text hooks. Now, obviously what you're going to do is make them wonder what's going to happen next. So we're talking about teasing at something, or naturally built in and assumed, which is kind of what I mean by that are some of those videos maybe you see, like they'll talk about power levels. It'll be like 1%, 50%, 80%, right? The moment you see 1%, you're automatically assuming, okay, he's going to lead me on to a higher percentage, or the prototype versus product. The moment you see prototype, you're just naturally going to assume, okay, he's going to show me something better, or the actual finished product. That's what I mean by naturally built in and assumed. And that's why these, normally perform so good, as long as they're just slightly executed well, because they just naturally have a built-in creating curiosity trait to them. Now, and then just to get an even better point across about what a creating curiosity text hook is, a basic way, but not very strong, but you could literally, it's just something as simple as ending whatever you're saying with a ... right? This build up of something is coming. Now, let's look at a teasing at what's to come next sort of text hook. Now, as we can see here, unboxing Darth Vader's lightsaber. Now, normally unboxings are very hit or miss. The reason this performs so well is not only because every other part of it is fitting the vibe, he already has a good account, but he's doing something that 90% of you get wrong, which is trying to include your made up brand that nobody knows what is, right? He's not trying to say unboxing our fantastic light sticks from Lightstick World. Like, no, bro. He's just saying unboxing Darth Vader's lightsaber, which anyone within this niche will love. They want to see what he's talking about. It's in this cool, nice visual hook package. Everything, all the vibes are matching up. So anyone within his niche is going to sit there and go, ooh, okay, I want to see what this looks like. Now, think about it on the other end. If he was like unboxing Lightstick 3D's lightsaber, no one's going to resonate with that. Boom. You've lost 90% of the audience that actually did stay and engage with this exact video. But this hook and the unboxing sort of style is a really great representation of a curiosity creating text hook. Now, let's move on to the naturally built in. And of course, as always, your boy is glazing himself. We have one of my videos. We don't have to go through all of this, but this is what I was referring to, right? These percentages, and then you have your prototype versus product. The moment you see this, right, and then boom, they got into it really fast. This was perfectly executed on a prototype versus product. It's also why its engagement was crazy, okay? You're automatically looking at something like that and assuming, okay, something is gonna come next and I wanna see what it is. So that's gonna wrap up Text Hooks 101. Now let's move on to the fun part, and I'm hoping this works out kind of as good as I have it planned in my head. But what I wanna try here is some sort of interactive training. So how this is gonna work is all while on video, I might have the editors add some time in there or pause me, or I'll just pause. I'm not sure exactly how we're gonna go about it, whichever one is best. So with this, we're gonna go over a few different multiple choice questions with certain types of hooks or certain traits of hooks and see if you can get them right while watching the video. First, let's go over emojis. Now, we're gonna go over both of these and I'm gonna show you these. These are gonna be on screen somewhere, somehow, and I'm gonna give you about 5 to 10 seconds to answer before I tell you the answer. I want you to tell me out of which one of these emojis, it's the same text hook, which one of these emojis does a better job at evoking the correct emotion, or the emotion that would work the best and strongest for this text hook. Okay, so the answer is going to be B, right? Now, we're thinking in the mind of the viewer. I'm not saying, now really honestly, as I was writing all these down, none of these are horrible. I'm not sitting here saying, after I give you an answer, none of the other ones will work. They still possibly can. We're trying to figure out which one is the best. And the very best would be B, right? Because the fire one, that seems very like, oh, I'm trying to show you something cool. There's not much curiosity there. I'm already assuming that you're going to want to see what I'm looking at and that I think it's cool, right? And this, even the sunglasses, that kind of does the same sort of thing. But what this does is it not only evokes some sort of emotion, right? Because this is kind of high. This is like, oh, whoa, right? Like literally with the emoji itself, but it also creates curiosity. Why out of all things would he use this? Like, ooh, something is coming, right? You can just feel, like it's almost hard to even explain or put into words, but you can feel, now that I'm explaining it to you, you can literally feel the difference in emotion that it gives you, right? These two emojis are sort of like, yeah, I'm trying to show something off. This is like, oh my gosh, guys, you wouldn't believe this, right? Which really does, even though it's nothing crazy, it's not like this crazy change or this huge difference. It just does a better job at building up that curiosity. Now, we're going to move on to the emotion-dependent text hooks. We're going to go over a few of these. A is going to be, my atheist brother destroyed all of my Christian art. B, my mom doesn't like my anime brand. Or C, in quotation, so we're insinuating somebody else is saying it, no one cares about your silly little shoe business. Once again, I'm going to give you guys 5 to 10 seconds to pick which one of these is the best. Okay, time's up. The answer is A. Now, let's go over why A is the right answer and the strongest out of all these. And once again, I want to preface, it's not like these are horrible and can never be used, but we're talking about which one is the best. Now, my atheist brother, automatically the very second word that the viewer is seeing is very strong, right? Atheist, regardless if you're religious, not religious, mainly majority, everybody has some sort of religion. So seeing atheist is very strong on the emotion side. Brother, so now we're really having this attachment. Now it's like really getting juicy, 3 words in, right? Destroyed, these are strong, powerful, angry, negative sort of words that they're just getting pounded with off rip, right? My atheist brother destroyed all of my Christian art. So what does this do? And now we already talked about this, right? This includes a little bit of everything. This includes the curiosity builder. Like, okay, I want to see, did this guy really destroy all of her or his art? And it's definitely making a lot of people angry, especially Christians. But any religion is going to be sitting here like, that is very far-fetched. That's really out there. I want to see what happens next. Now, the reason C, we already kind of went over B. It's just not very strong. It's just like, whatever. Like, okay, cool, whatever, kid. But C, no one cares about your silly little shoe business. This is not resonating with really anybody. There's no relation here. It's just kind of broad, and it's just very, nothing's really just boom, hitting you, bang, super strong, super just angering or sad or like, okay, a little tiny bit of curiosity, but your silly little shoe business. There's shoe businesses everywhere. There's a trillion different types of shoes. Nobody cares. How could we have made this better? Maybe if it had something to do with a niche, or even changing it to something like, my mom kicked me out because I couldn't pay rent because of my shoe business, something like that. Obviously that's too long of a hook, but something more along those lines. This is just way too generic and doesn't evoke enough emotion and barely even builds curiosity. Now we're going to move on to the third and final questionnaire, which is, which of these curiosity dependent text hooks are better? Let's go over them real quick. Gifts like these with the kind of greater than sign, 3 of them. He said he has a surprise for me. Now this one, I'll probably say this is probably one of the hardest questions out of all of them, because none of these are really that bad. And then C, do not, in all caps, let an anime fan see this. Once again, you're gonna get 5 to 10 seconds to think of an answer. Okay, time is up. The answer for number 3 is C. Do not let an anime fan see this. Now, if you're inside the Discord, you know that I love these hooks. I talk about these sort of hooks all the time. There's even portions of,
hook examples of this inside the Discord itself, so you probably guessed yourself this was the answer. Now let's go over why it was. It's not that these two were bad. These are honestly genuinely decent. Both of these hooks would probably perform well. I'm sure there's some sort of video out there somewhere that has both of these hooks, or that have one of these hooks that has performed really good. Gifts like these, too generic for me. I would say this is probably the worst out of all of them, and it would take, we're trying to assume that the audience is retarded. Okay, I hate to say it, but you're wanting to assume the audience is retarded. You can't just assume that they're gonna think or know exactly what you're talking about or exactly what you're trying to insinuate, right? If I was retarded, gifts like these with a bunch of, greater than signs, I could be stupid and not get what you're saying, and then boom, I'm automatically turned off. What's even going on? Next, right? Now, the second best would be, he said he has a surprise for me. Now, this just isn't doing it enough for me. It's really not that it's bad, it's just a little too much on the generic side, but really could work. Maybe if you went in a little bit more detail or resonated or related with a certain niche, so added somewhere in here somehow a certain sort of niche or whatever the audience is you're trying to connect with. But the reason C was so much better than both of these is the capital do not, that's automatically very strong, right? You're automatically hitting somebody. Let an anime fan automatically relating and hitting your target audience, your target demographic, see this. ... with a shush emoji. Not only, I mean, this just builds up the most ridiculous amount of curiosity. The ... it's a secret. Don't let them see it. Even better, the reason that this hook, you just see this on like every other damn drop shipping page, and people use this hook over and over, especially in the anime niche, but really any niche, all kinds of products. I've seen a trillion people use this hook and it still works over and over and over again. It's just basic human nature to want to do the opposite of what somebody is telling you to do. And that mixed in with this huge curiosity buildup, I mean, that is why this hook bangs so much, so often, and why it's most definitely the winner out of these three options. So that is gonna do it for our very first in the entire bootcamp interactive training. Hopefully it just gets cooler and cooler and better as time goes on. But now, right before we finish up, we're gonna move on to final notes, some of the best sauce that you're gonna get out of the entire video. First things first, as I've already been mentioning majority of this throughout the entirety of this lesson, both types matter equally. I would almost go to say that your visual hook matters more than your text hook. Think about it, right? You've seen a lot of videos go viral without a text hook. Have you ever seen a video that was just black all the way through with a really good text hook go viral? The answer is no. So that only could lead you to believe that the visual hook is actually better and more powerful than the text hook itself. But don't get it twisted. You need to focus on both of them. As I have, where do I have it? I have it somewhere on here. The second one down. Your main focus on your video should be making the perfect visual and text hook combo every video, and then they're gonna start to bang. I say that for a reason. Quit only focusing on the text hook, because that's what 90% of you do. Focus, think in your mind, like how much effort you put into finding that perfect text hook. Put the same amount of effort into your visual hook and your videos are gonna start to bang. I'm talking just that change alone is going to 10x your views, 10x your engagement. It's that simple. One is not better than the other. We've already covered that. Get hook ideas from big drop shipping accounts. So we're talking some like Anime Blades, for example, like a Night Operators, a Spidey Mask, Scorpion Shot. We're talking all these big boys. I would really go as far to say like 75,000 followers or more. They consistently go viral, 50, 100, 200 million views at least on their content, or like my tattoos you always see, for instance. You'll know who these guys are, right? You see them time and time again. The killers are the killers for a reason. Think of them as the titans of organic dropshipping. Look for these people, know who they are, constantly try to seek them out and copy all their content. Get different ideas from different videos from different accounts they run, all of that good stuff, and that alone will also 10x your content, right? Look at your videos. Okay, is it looking like X, Y, and Z's? Is it looking like this guy that runs these few accounts? Is it looking like this guy that runs these few accounts? Are they looking like Ethan's? If you get done with a video and it doesn't, retake the video. Okay, it's always been quality over quantity, regardless of what the gurus are out here saying. The volume argument is dog shit. Okay, make good videos. you're gonna go viral, and you're gonna make a shit ton of money, not just by hoping for the best and pumping out a bunch of dog shit videos that look like they were made by a 12-year-old. Now, most importantly, take some sort of inspiration from every viral video you see. I see a lot of people, I bring this up a lot, and then they're like, oh, well, this dropshipping account and this brand and this and that.
Ted, shut up.
Fine.
Guys, I'm talking about every video. Quit being the consumer. You are the producer. Switch lanes entirely. Don't fucking consume. Who gives a fuck about TikTok videos? Really, the only thing that's like okay for you to be consuming is long form YouTube content. Short form content, use it as training. Use it to your advantage. Every single thing you see, take it in, take inspiration from it. A hook, even about a damn girl going to Target or somebody getting pulled over on the interstate, whatever you can, take rendition from it and utilize that and put it into your own content. Okay, that's not only going to help you come up with original ideas that are not done in the organic space, but just overall, everything is going to start to click. Everything will make so much more sense, and overall, you're just going to become that much better of a content creator.
All right, boys. In today's video, I want to talk about something that I feel like not a lot of people bring up, not a lot of people talk about it, and a lot of people don't realize how important it is. And that is progression within your content. And I'm going to get into what that means in just a second, like the actual definition of what progression is, or at least my definition of it. And I'm also going to show you some examples. So like, it's not just going to be me sitting here yapping. Later on in the video, I'm going to literally sit down, show you my phone, and show you live examples of me implementing progression. But the reason I'm making this video is because I genuinely feel like knowing and recognizing and being intentional with progression once I realized what it was is the one thing that genuinely helped my content the most. It kind of helped me go from beginner or intermediate to really advanced. It helped me go from, okay, I've went viral a few times. I've maybe even had a few products pop off, but now I consistently go viral with damn near every product I touch. This is what helped me make that jump. And genuinely, like, honestly, just overall, even just looking at my content, when I started being intentional with progression, I realized, like, dude, my content just looks more engaging. Like, even outside of all this technical stuff we talk about with organic and stuff, when I stopped and said, okay, this is something I'm going to try to do in every video, looking at my videos, I'm like, holy shit, like, this just naturally, like, even if I throw out all the education I had about organic and content, just naturally, let's say I was just an NPC, this looks better. This is keeping me more engaged. This is drawing me in more and making me want to watch more. So, and also all the people we've helped, the Discord, mentorship students, the whole 9 yards, almost every single beginner that's made that leap from like, okay, your content's okay, to straight up, now they're killers, now they're actually going viral, and now they're genuinely making good content all the time, is when we have that talk about progression and me breaking it down exactly how I'm about to break it down to you guys. So what is progression? I'm going to give you the definition, then we're going to get into some examples. Progression, or at least my definition of it, is in and of itself, it's basically, it's controlled chaos. So it's basically, if I had to put a perfect definition on it, constantly changing elements within your video, but in a strategic and kind of organized manner. So I'm not just saying go out there and just start doing random shit in your videos. I'm not just saying be here, then be like, just do all this random shit. And this will all start to make more sense when I actually get into the literal examples I'm going to show you on my phone. But I want you to imagine real quick that you're watching a Netflix show or a Netflix series. Okay. And I've used this example before, but it's just so good. And it just boom, makes the brain click. I swear. Just hear me out. I want you to imagine you go and watch a new show on Netflix. You click the show, you start watching it, and dead ass, it's 3 seasons long, and every single episode are the same 2 people sitting in the same spot, the one camera, only one camera angle, it never moves, it doesn't change, it doesn't pan, they barely move, they just kind of sit there and talk like this. Imagine you click on a Netflix series to sit down, chill, and watch a show, and that's all you see for literally like an hour straight in every single episode. Nothing happening, literally no zoom in, zoom outs, no new characters introduced, no new environment, not even a fucking camera angle changed. You would turn that shit off immediately, at least I would.
At least everybody I know would. Who would watch that? That is boring. That's not engaging. That's not going to leave me drawn in. I'm looking at the same bullshit the whole time. That is what a lot of your guys' content looks like. And you don't even realize it. And see, now you're having that aha moment, right? You're like, oh my God, that actually makes so much sense when you're thinking back to your content. And now that you've heard me kind of give you that sort of, real life look at it. So once again, let's put that into perspective for the Netflix kind of metaphor I was going with. That's how a lot of your content looks. You guys are sitting there in the same spot, or you're at the same desk, and you have an 8 to 12 second, some of you guys 15, 20 second long videos, I don't know where you're at, of you just sitting down at the desk doing the same thing. And just like, you're just doing whatever with the product, but it's like, there's no progression. And once again, when I get into these examples, you'll see what really good progression looks like and understand, damn, he's like, that really is more engaging. Now, before I start showing you what this looks like, don't get me wrong. I know you have seen videos out there on your burner, just wherever, of people going viral with zero progression. Like, they will be those guys that are just sitting there at the desk. They show like one little snippet of the product, and it's like, when I show you progression, you'll be like, oh my gosh, I've seen guys going hella viral, and they didn't have any progression. Two reasons. First reason is some products really demand that. Like, some products you can genuinely get away with it. Like, let's just take like a humidifier, for example. Even though you can still add a lot of good progression to that one, that's a product that can, get away with a little less progression because of the nature of the product. Second thing, and this is honestly one of the most common, is somebody bringing a new product to the platform, or a completely sort of something that's very original, and 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a new product, which gives them that sort of boost in virality, which if you didn't know that, yes, that is a thing. The more kind of original you can be. So if you're coming up with a brand new concept that the platform has never seen, or at least it's not seen something like it's kind of like a lot more original, or a new product that the platform has never seen, you do get a boost because the platforms love originality. In the day and age of a trillion different people making new accounts every single day, starting social media, et cetera, platforms love actual engaging content with originality. So just that being said, that's how you see people getting away with no progression. That's how you see people getting away with dog shit content in general. That's half the reason. Okay, so now I'm gonna quit yapping, because this is definitely one of those things that's much better kind of taught visibly, where you can actually see it in practice. So now I'm literally gonna grab my phone, I'm gonna set up the camera differently, and I'm going to show you multiple pieces, multiple of my own videos implementing really good progression and narrating the whole time as well, so you can genuinely understand it. After you leave this video, every single video from here on out that you create should have progression. This is not oh, sometimes it calls for it, sometimes it doesn't.
Literally every single video you create should have progression.
Literally every single video you create should have progression.
And after watching this video and understanding, and I go over these examples, you'll be able to do that. All right, boys, so we're gonna pull up on a product I used to run. I now have a creator on it. We're doing the YouTube method, et cetera, but I'm gonna show you a video really quick from this account. And I want you to really pay attention to the background of the video. And then once it's done playing, I'll start narrating again. Just really pay attention to the background.
Top 5 fidget blasters to cop if you don't know which one to get. Number 1 is the classic 1911. It comes with all your basic fidget functions, but has a removable clip and optional shell ejection. Coming in at number 2 is the Reaper. It has all of those same features, but added projectiles for extra fun and target practice. Number 3 is the Glock, my personal favorite, with every function possible, but definitely has the coolest look. Anyway, here are the top 5 fidget blasters to cop.
Nice little loop there. This video was great in general, but I want you guys to look at this. Notice what's happening. I'm going to turn down the audio as I go through and narrate, but this is completely intentional. Look how every clip, every 2 to 3 seconds, I'm in an entirely different background. Also, just naturally in and of itself, me going through different variants, using different guns, loading it, all these things, that's natural progression, okay, with the product. So that's also great progression. Look, even I'm still on the same gun. I remember filming this. I'm sitting there going, okay, now how can I add more progression? I go all the way to this is the other side of my room. Also, little things, you'll see this in a few other examples I show you. Little things like, dude, I would take the rugs that I had in at my at-home studio when I was still there, and I would take them and move them into frame to also add progression, to also make it look more like, oh my gosh, I'm in a whole different area. This is progression. This is naturally just more engaging. This is you sitting, it kind of, what the whole goal is to kind of give the viewer they don't have the chance to assume what's going to happen next.
unconsciously, if that makes sense. So imagine somebody is sitting there and they're just looking at me on this desk. Let's say I had a product right here and they're just looking at me on this desk. And I stay there the whole 8 to 10 seconds. Bro, by second number 5 and 6, they understand, they get the gist, they understand what's going on. There's nothing else occurring. So in their mind, okay, I kind of already know what's going to happen. So unless the product's just absolutely cracked out and an amazing product, they're going to go. They're going to leave because in their mind, oh, there's no dopamine satisfaction because I already know what's about to happen. There's nothing that's, building curiosity. There's nothing that's kind of hooking me on and leading me on. That's what progression is keeping from happening. And that's why you must implement it in every single video. We'll keep watching this as I narrate it one more time. Boom. Look at this. All of this, even down to where I'm setting up the rugs, this is all intentional for every single clip. And of course, like I said, going through the variants is just natural progression. Boom. Another background change. We switch to another gun, or not another gun, but another background change. Boom. Look at this. Look at how well I implemented progression in this video. This is all in just one little room, bro. Like this is just like a regular sized room. And you, like the viewer who has no idea who I am, they would never know that. Like this shit looks like I'm in an entire house filming this because I implemented the progression so well. That's also another little trick for you guys, is trying to do basically what I just explained. So like that's a really good way, because there's multiple ways of doing progression. Natural progression within the product. So like these type of products you're running through the variants, a Lego product, you building it, that would be progression. But background progression, that's one of the best and strongest. The way I like to think about it is like, how can I move to as many areas as possible without looking like I'm in the same spot, or without looking like what I'm actually doing, which is just literally turning my fucking body or moving 2 steps to the side. And that's literally what I was doing in this, guys. Like this is all just within my at-home studio that a lot of you guys have seen. I probably was in 5 feet of the same spot the entire time. But look how engaging I was able to make the background just by really being intentional with my progression. Okay, guys, so now we're gonna jump over to another account, and I'm gonna show you these 2 examples to show you, because I'm sure a lot of you looking at this would be like, okay, yeah, I'm sure it's really easy to pull off an 11 lab style video. You have so much more time, there's so much longer, there's so much more going on. They naturally are more progressive. So now I wanna show you that you can pull this off even with your simple, generic, organic drop shipping video with just text on screen, 8 to 12 seconds long. Right here, 2 million view vid. Look at the progression implemented in this very simple organic video. I'll let it play and then I'll narrate. Look at the intent. Once again, now you guys are starting to recognize, look how intentional I am with the progression, bro. I start out, naturally, my movements with the product, taking it out the box, et cetera, that's progression, right? So once again, when we're thinking of progression, it's trying to keep the viewer from unconsciously saying, okay, I know what will happen next. Me pulling up a box, me taking something out of the box, then it being a sword, then I have to unsheath it. These are all things that naturally oh, something else is going to happen. Oh, he pulled up a box. Okay, what's he going to pull out of it? Okay, he pulled that sword out of it. Okay, what does the sword look like under the sheath, et cetera, et cetera. So natural progression happening, right? And then also, once again, look at how intentional I am with the background changing, with the background progression. Look at the background. Look, guys, I could have filmed this entire video sitting in this exact same spot right here. I could have stayed right here. But I didn't, because it's more engaging and it adds more progression just by me turning my ass around. And once again, that in and of itself, of course, is progression. No lights to lights. And I'm only narrating these minor things so you guys understand how many different ways and how many possibilities there are for you to go and implement progression in your videos. Also, another little thing. I actually started this trend. You'll see this a lot in the organic space. I started this. I made this a thing. Like, people will do it for the most random things now. Some places where it's not even like there's no point in even doing it. But this, like, adding stickers to videos, I started this. And it's because this also does really good progression. And on top of that, of course, you can see this is like a meme thing. So it kind of added controversy, et cetera, a play on funny controversy. But these little stickers, that's also an ad of progression. Look, once again, look at this intention. Look, I'm in a whole different background, right? All I did was turn my body around and go to the other corner of the room. Look at that rug. Look at that rug. It seems minor, but try to imagine these clips without that rug there. It would look just a little bit more bland, a little bit more dull. So I intentionally took this rug. As you could see in the other videos, it was in completely different spots.
right? The other videos I was showing you, that little flower rug, I intentionally moved it into that corner. It seems so small, but just any piece of engagement, any piece of aesthetic I could get at any moment in time, that is the goal. And then, of course, naturally, the crazy transitions with the swords and them going to different colors, that also is progression. And now I'm going to show you one more, just really well added progression video, once again with another 11 labs style, just so you can get another good example of progression being implemented.
Today we're gonna see if our LED katanas can slice. Now we know everyone.
Boom, right? Visual hook, whole different area. Of course, the visual hook was great for other reasons, but once again, our topic is progression here. Then I switched to the couch scene where it's me talking.
Everyone's been waiting for the answer.
Even these little stickers of the comments popping up, that's progression.
But first, let me tell you a little bit about them. These are our LED
Boom, an entire different background, an entire different vibe immediately.
anime themed swords that have a touch sensor.
Boom, once again, a different background. I'm turning it on, I'm moving it around. I don't even give it a few seconds, and then
They use a charger.
boom, whole different area of the room. Like, look at how just, compare this to maybe some of the videos you're creating or a lot of the videos you see with organic. Look how much is going on. And this is what I meant, in the beginning of the video when I said basically controlled chaos or strategical chaos. This is what I meant. There is so much going on. It's like almost chaotic, but it makes so much sense and it's so fitting to the concept.
But you don't have to deal with batteries and the details.
Boom. Once again, guys, so look at this. I could have stayed in this exact spot and just threw the batteries at it, or this exact scene in this exact area and, threw the batteries at it. But what did I do? I went from there and I said, okay, now how can I add more progression? I took it to the couch.
And the detail is almost
Bang. And then, of course, just naturally, more progression throughout. You kind of get the gist by now. And then just some really good, post-film editing from me. All right, boys, so right there, what I just showed you, basically damn near a full-blown masterclass on progression. That in and of itself is 100% without a doubt. If I had to, put my results onto one thing and say, this is the one thing that changed the game for me. This is the one thing that genuinely helped me start going viral a lot more consistently and noticeably going viral a lot more consistently, which we're talking about organic here. No matter what, there's going to be inconsistencies, even with the most advanced of the advanced. But a noticeable difference to my content, everything. And now after doing over $750,000, 1.5 billion plus views, there is absolutely no way I'd be at this point without recognizing progression when I did and start implementing it in every single piece of content I run. Now, like I said, or every single piece of content I make. Now, like I said, there are some products that demand less progression. So it's okay that you don't go crazy with this progression and you can just genuinely get away with it. Some, but majority, you should be implementing a lot of progression. Also, you want to make sure you're not overdoing it. It needs to make sense, of course. So that is the best piece of advice I could give you on progression. Structured chaos. It needs to make sense. You shouldn't have, a fucking kitchen product outside in front of a pond or a lake, right? So keep that with you, carry that with you. We are now going to be going over today's lesson, which is going to be how to instantly make your videos more engaging. That's going to be progression. I know I've mentioned this a lot. I know I've talked about it a lot. Some of you have probably heard about it a lot, but I'm going to break it down to its furthest extent for you to genuinely understand what it is, never have another question on it again, and by your next video, apply it, okay? This will instantly lead to more engagement. It doesn't matter how you turn it. It would take you trying to fuck this up for it to not help your videos. So how are we gonna instantly make our videos more engaging? That's gonna be progression. What is progression? Progression means constantly changing elements within your video to keep viewers curious and to have that feeling of something else is coming. It's basically the art of making sure viewers don't feel like they can predict what's coming next. Okay, so, and I'll basically get to how to have bad progression in a minute and why it fucks up your videos and hurts reach and engagement. Now, why does progression matter? Obviously, the most obvious. Attention spans are extremely short. So we want as much, and once again, you can apply this to every product. It just needs to be done correctly. And I have a really good saying at the bottom of this that explains it, but you can add progression. It doesn't matter if you have, your target audience is super older, because we all know, we wouldn't want to make videos for that target demographic. It's too much or too brain rotty or too super flashy and shit. That's not what progression is. progression does not just have to be 4K cinematic brain rot retardation. Okay? So we're going to get into what actual progression looks like in videos. But before I go on, predictable content equals viewers get bored. Obviously, like if somebody's going to sit there and look at a video at the very first few seconds and say, okay, I can kind of assume what the rest is going to be, who the fuck would want to watch it? Progressive content, which is, when you add progression, gives viewers more incentive to continue watching, leading to better engagement. Because in their mind, they kind of unconsciously are wanting to see what comes next, thinking there's some sort of payoff, there's going to be something unusual that happens, etc., etc. So, super easy ways to add progression. Some of you are watching this like, oh, this is so simple, this presentation is simple, blah, blah, blah. But, bro, okay, maybe there's like 5 to 10 of us max that genuinely I know understand progression. Because some of you, even some of the killers in here, you'll go make videos with very little progression. And they always do shit. So, even if you think you know, pay attention to this lesson. Now, easy ways to add progression. Changing your location every 1 to 2 clips. If you're filming a product, and now, once again, guys, I want to preface this before I continue. There are videos out there that have very, very little progression, but perform really good. Of course, there's circumstances where it will happen, and it may just be that good of a video, et cetera, where it doesn't need that much progression, or the product is so good that it doesn't need that much progression. Or a lot of the time you'll see the super stupid, simple, non-progression videos that perform the best are normally when somebody brings a new product to the platform and they get that little boost of virality for that super original factor of having the new product on the platform. But outside of that, this is just good practices. It doesn't matter, great, bad, decent product. Adding progression, no matter what, in every aspect is going to help your videos. I just wanted to preface that because I know somebody's going to be like, oh, well, fucking I saw blah, blah, blah sit on the same fucking table for 10 seconds and they did 2 million views. That can happen, okay? This is just on average best practice. Now, easy ways to add progression is going to be changing your location every 1 to 2 clips. If you're filming a product, you're going to show it in multiple different environments and areas within the same video, okay? Examples, if you're selling an LED light, you would start a visual hook of it in your, okay, so let's say this is my fucking LED light. I'm going to use this for majority of the examples throughout this presentation. If this is my LED light, however I may come up with a really good visual hook, I would start, let's say, here. Okay, and this is just for me to simplicity's sake give you a quick example. We're not going to try our hardest to make a fucking live example vid with this fucking piece of tape. But let's say I started my visual hook here, okay? My next clip would maybe be me in this more aesthetic area of the warehouse turning it on, right? And my next clip, it would be maybe me now having it. I have another part outside of this little aesthetic corner. I have another part right here that's really aesthetic. I'd maybe take it over here, find something to sit it on, and then show a clip of it in 1 or 2 different colors. Are you guys is it making sense what I mean by progression? Even in these little tiny ways. I have a sentence at the end of this presentation that's literally it sums it up perfectly where you should not have any more questions. But I don't want to spoil it. But you guys get where I'm going with this. Now, camera movement. You don't want to stay in the same spot. You're going to add simple movements, okay? No matter what, the simple movements, that one's kind of a given. But you don't want to stay in the same spot, even if it's, okay, let's say the actual concept itself demands you being at like a fucking table. No matter what, you can still add progression in multiple different ways. No matter what, you could add progression in multiple different ways and still be able to move areas. But let's say majority of the concept was just you being on a fucking table or something. The bare minimum least you could do is at least move the fucking camera angle instead of just having the camera in the same spot the whole time. That is still adding progression. No matter what, the whole point of all this is you do not want to bore the viewer. You do not want the viewer to kind of be able to assume what's going to come next. If I start the video and 3 to 5 seconds in, camera literally hasn't moved and I'm putting some shit together, unconsciously, me as the viewer, okay, I kind of get where this is going. By the end of it, that's going to get done building, and then it's done. So I'm fucking gone if I'm not crazy interested in the product itself type shit. You get what I'm saying? So examples of that, of course, panning the camera side to side, zoom in or out. You could rotate around the product slowly, or just simply having the fucking product, you start it here, and then you move the camera to here. But your product stays in the same position, okay? Now, Third one is going to be story/concept progression, sort of a build up. You should be basically implementing this in every concept. Now, there are circumstances, maybe it's too showcasey, maybe it's this, that, whatever, but on average, majority of dropshipping products, you're going to be able to do this. So you're going to show your product in stages, building up the anticipation, of course. That's kind of the build up. So for example, if it's a Lego set, film yourself building it quickly. And as you're filming it, maybe the camera starts here or whatever, you have a good visual hook. And then you're halfway through building it and you're maybe doing this like time lapse, and then the camera's over here getting this different angle. You're doing the same shit just by simply kind of continuing to do whatever with the fucking storyline and just moving the camera angle. And then of course, to be really extra, you move the environment, which we're going to get into like the entire breakdown of it in just a second. You're doing like the same fucking shit, but think about the difference of I'm just sitting here building a Lego set and the camera's sitting right here compared to, okay, I'm a quarter way through in a time lapse going hella fast, but it still is nice, aesthetically pleasing. Halfway through, the camera angle hits here. Another clip, camera angle hits here. As I go through 25%, camera angle moves. The next 50%, camera angle moves. 75% camera angle moves. And then as I finish building it, I get to right before that last piece, boom, whole different transition. We're in a whole different fucking room, and now I'm showcasing the product. Like, you guys get what I'm saying. Like, there are so many, like, oh yeah, and of course, as another example, let's say, it's a gun product, fidget guns, for example, we all know and love and fucking hate. You wouldn't just fucking try to show the gun. It's just like, hey, here it is. Or maybe you're just shooting it, right? Best way to add progression with this sort of product, you're going to kind of start, and of course, there's a trillion different concepts we can go with, but let's, for simplicity's sake, just go with this one. Boom, you start the video out, guns on the fucking table, clips, bullets, and gun. I'm in a different room, different camera angle. Now I'm loading the bullets into the clip. Really quickly, probably it would make sense to stay in that exact same room, or area, maybe change camera angles. Bang. So now I'm putting the fucking clip in the gun, right? And now I'm fucking outside. Now I'm shooting this shit. And then I'm going through multiple different variants, which if you guys don't know what I'm referring to, that's basically exactly what the main few guys that continue to run the fidget guns to this day, that's all really great progression. This is just a simple, I basically just did this, but I still have it here. I'll just go over it really quick. Simple framework to follow good progression. Now, of course, take this, like, if you have a fucking minute-long video, spread these out. If it's fucking 8 seconds, make it a little shorter. But, like, this is just a super, super basic sort of framework to follow. First clip or two, good visual and text hook. You're doing whatever, wherever. You're just, obviously, it doesn't matter where you are. You're starting, okay? So there's nothing to kind of go next to. Clip 3 and 4, you're going to change the environment or angle and move on to the next clip. Now, clip 4 and 5, you're going to continue the storyline while having at least a different camera angle, or you're in a different area, whichever makes the most sense for what you're doing. Clip 5 and 6, you're showing the product's in action. You could have honestly done this around clip 4 or 5 as well. Products in action are being used, also a different camera angle if possible, and if it makes sense, you're in a whole different room or area. Clip 7 or 8, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be different from, the step before this. And you kind of ended off on that nice visual. You're in a different room or you're showing a different aesthetic. For example, like the LED shit, right? So I start off good visual and text hook, however I want to do that. There's a product in mind actually that's kind of similar to what I had in mind when I was using this as an example. It's like this little LED cube block shit. So good visual and text hook is showing that in the camera. They kind of just like brought both products in, or they would like lift the fucking aesthetic background, of course, just lift this like LED cube up into the camera and do this little weird motion, okay? That's a good visual and text hook. Then I'm going to change the environment or angle. So maybe I show me setting it in the bathroom, which I'm basically taking bar for bar a good progression video from this product. I set it in the bathroom, okay? Then as the storyline continues, what does that mean? Okay, maybe that would be me turning the fucking product on. So now I maybe show me putting it in this part of the bathroom, but now I'm over here facing the mirror or facing the door. And then I show me clicking the button, right? Or showing the remote in frame. Then I'm in a whole different angle, maybe still in that same bathroom, and show me turning it on, right? And then as great transition, all that shit. And then as the final 1 to 2 clips, I'm either showing it in different colors and in different areas, bare minimum different colors, while doing different camera angles, or I'm fucking Wallacalooza fucking whole 9 yards in a whole different fucking atmosphere, doing a whole different fucking variation of color. And each time I'm panning from right to left, I go to a different room. It's a different color, but a better aesthetic background. Now I go from left to right. Now I'm in a different room, a different aesthetic background, and I'm going from fucking bottom to top. You guys see where this is going. This is genuine progression. No matter what, this is going to improve your videos. I'm almost to that fucking banger statement. I'm not going to leak it. I won't do it. Okay, examples of great progression. Obviously, Building a Lego set quickly, shown in 3 to 4 locations. We already went over that. A clothing item worn by 3 different people or shown in multiple quick outfit swaps. Household gadgets shown solving different problems around the house rapidly. So there was nothing that could come to mind for these. I just try to get these examples out as fast as possible. But you guys get what I'm saying. I've done a pretty good job illustrating exactly what the fuck is going on here. So, quick tips to remember. Every 2 to 3 seconds, you're going to introduce something visually new or unexpected. Keep the viewer curious by avoiding the rest of the video being predictable. So, you don't ever want the viewer to sit there and be like, okay, I think I know what the fuck else is going to happen. I don't need to see this. Your goal. They should never know exactly what's coming next. Ever. Final takeaway. We made it, boys. This is it. I'm going to let that shit blow. You never want the viewer to feel like they can already assume what the rest of the video will be unconsciously. And you almost want to think how you can make your video as chaotic as possible, but in a structured, purposeful way. So when I'm really sitting there in my mind and I'm like, okay, I want to add as much progression as possible. I maybe have a new concept in mind, or it's a kind of a more bland concept, but I'm thinking, how can I just make fucking as much shit go on as possible, bro? Like, you guys will see it in a lot of my anime blades videos. Even when I was stuck in the at-home studio, you'd see me start off with whatever visual hook, and maybe the shit's in a fucking box, right? I would, no matter what, 9 times out of 10, every fucking clip, turn to a different spot in the studio to show a different background. Now, I want some of you, if you guys are really interested in today's topic, go look at the Anime Blades account, scroll down, maybe click the most popular. If, besides the prototype versus product vids, but I show progression with the product itself, right? But for the super simple vids of me just showing the product, no prototype versus product, and I just maybe have a simple text hook like, don't show this to an anime fan, whatever. You will notice every fucking clip, even though I'm just going to continue doing the same shit, I'll either literally dead ass, I'll just turn from here, like I'm filming, I got the chest piece on, I'm filming here, I'll literally just dead ass turn around. A lot of the times, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to start in this corner, or maybe I want a big depth, like field of view, like a lot of depth behind me. So I'll start way in this back corner of the studio, and then boom, I start the filming. Now, an area that I know nobody saw in that previous clip, I'm gonna go to this corner kind of closer up, then I'm gonna show it, right? And okay, now I want my LED strip in the background. I'm gonna go to every single fucking clip. I could have, sure, fucking stood in one spot, found one cool background, and just filmed the fucking product. What the fuck? But there's no progression there. You see what I mean? And those videos would not have nearly performed at what they did. Does that make sense? So that's the best way I could phrase this shit. Literally, you want in your head to think to yourself, how fucking chaotic can you be while you're filming? Of course, if you're hyper-focused on progression for a video. How chaotic you can be in your head while filming, but obviously it being purposeful and not too chaotic. Like, it would have been stupid as fuck if I were to, maybe in the middle of one of those videos, one of the clips was me in the fucking bathroom, and then one of the clips was me outside. That would have been stupid as fuck. That's too chaotic. That's too much. It was all relevant. It all made sense, and it was all obviously on purpose. But still so chaotic, right? I was always in a different position, moving it a different way, changing the variations. I'm in this corner, now I'm in that corner. I made my fucking studio look like a whole house because of how well I implemented that progression and going to different areas.
You see, most organic dropshippers look at their content from a very subjective point of view. Even a lot of 5- and 6-figure organic dropshippers out there still base the content they create on their own opinion. Majority of organic dropshippers approach the videos they're filming or the next piece of content they're gonna create on what they deem as a good clip, or what they may deem as a good text hook, or what they think makes a video look good. Just this very surface level thought process. Now, inherently, there's nothing wrong with this. Of course, if you wanna get to 6 figures, multi-6 figures, 7 figures with organic dropshipping, you have to have a very good and solid foundation of being able to make a good video. But this surface level, sort of opinionated way of approaching your content becomes an issue when it gets in the way of creating what a certain account or certain product demands. Having the skill of going viral goes far beyond just being able to make a good video, and it actually dips into your ability to be able to identify what type of content a product performs well with, what type of content an account performs well with, and as well as what type of content an account and product does not. And the reason this matters so much is because you could be hindering your own progress and stopping yourself from being able to get the views you should be getting right now by only trying to create this masterpiece, this insanely high quality piece of content for every video you post for a specific product. Because what you think is a good piece of content could be the exact opposite of what would actually make that product go viral. And on the other side of that, what you may think is a lazy or bad or low quality piece of content could be the exact type of content that gets a specific product a lot of views. It's plain and simple. After doing well over 1 billion views organically selling products myself, I know for an undeniable fact, this game is not about who can make the best piece of content. This game is about who can identify what type of content that product or that account wants. So to help you better understand of what I mean by this, I'm gonna show you an example from one of my own accounts. So as you can see from this first video, I'm actually trying. There's obvious effort being put into this, multiple different clips, multiple different angles. I'm in multiple different rooms, a lot of progression. I'm, laying out the blankets and other areas. Like, I am trying really hard with this piece of content. Now, of course, this was not me trying my hardest, but it was still at least a good base level of creating a decent video. Good text hook, great lighting all the way through, a lot of progression, a lot of different clips, etc., etc. But the thing is, this video only did around 2,000 views. So then after pumping out a few videos like that were at least a mid-level of quality, and I realized that they were not performing well with that product, I changed the content style I was doing to this. As you can see, very, very low effort. One piece of text, camera doesn't move. Literally, I walk in and reveal the product. And what do you know? After about my 5th time posting this style of content, it ended up being the first viral video on that account at 100,000 views. And this is one of the best examples I could give you to explain what I mean by understanding content at a systematic level instead of an opinionated level. And this is also the reason why you'll come across those accounts that look like they are posting absolute dog shit content, crazy low quality, barely any effort put into it, but yet they're printing views, millions of views, consistently printing millions of views, and obviously making a pretty good amount of sales. And that's because that product or that account just so happened to demand that style of content.
The next thing that I wanted to share with you guys, because a lot of you were asking me about this after Paco's call this week, and it was that what was the strategy that I was talking about when I said that I helped him keep the virality lasting longer on his content. So this has worked for basically everyone that I know, and especially myself. So when you get a viral video, say you get like 5 million views and you have like 500 comments, 600 comments, whatever it is, you really want to be involved in the comment section, especially on Instagram. This is mostly on Instagram and YouTube. It can work pretty well as well, but you really, because we all know Instagram comment sections are like, they can be war zones. People get in arguments. They're controversial as fuck. Like, people will hate on each other, whatever. You want to be as active in the comments as you possibly can. So instead of getting a video to blow up and get like 3 million views and you don't look at the comments really, maybe you put link in bio and you pin it at the top like a GIF. Aside from just like kind of ignoring them, what you really need to do is get in there and respond to as many as you possibly can and like them too. So, you're going to notice there's going to be videos that get to number 1, 2, and 3, or comments that are top 3, most likes. You need to be replying to those, starting arguments, saying controversial things as the brand owner, because that's the last thing people are expecting you to do. Like, imagine Nike released a video of a new shoe that they came out with, and someone said in the comments like, "Oh, we hate your shoes," and Nike just started roasting them. Like, everyone would be like, "What the fuck?" Like, Nike's supposed to be this professional big corporation and they're just flaming some guy in the comments. Like, there's no way that would ever happen. But, we're not big corporations, so who really cares? So, for example, one time I used this. I was going viral. I had like 3 million views, 2 million, something like that. And some guy commented that my product was too expensive. He was like, "Oh, $120? Hell no, I ain't buying that. That's way too expensive." And I commented back at him saying, "We have cheaper options if you're broke." And that comment thread just went crazy. I pinned it to the top so everyone watching the video would see it first. Dude ended up deleting his comment because he was getting like, he had like hundreds of replies to his comment saying like, get out of here, broke boy, like all kinds of shit like that. And, you know, comments, engagement, they boost the video. So that video kept climbing. I think it got to like almost 7 million views. And yeah, you just want to get in there and reply to people in a way that makes them reply to you again. So like a bag product that I had one time, someone was like, why would you pack condoms in the bag? Like, what are you planning on doing at basketball? And I'm like, you never know when you need it. Like, why would you not bring condoms or something? And then he would respond back to me and be like, oh yeah, that's a fair point. And you know what I mean? Like, you try to ask them questions to the point where they comment back to you again. And then it's like a whole new comment that you got. So you're kind of like 3xing the engagement that you already get. And obviously that's going to show the algorithm that, you know, people are engaging with your video still. So maybe your 3 million views could end up being 5 or 6 million. I use this on another one of my products. I cut the product, logged out of the account. My friend texted me, he was like, yo, your video has 3 million views. I just looked at your account. And I was like, what? Like, holy shit, no way. So I logged back in, started blowing up the comments, replying to as many people as I could. The video got to 25 mil. And I don't know if that was 100% because of that, but it could have bottomed out at like 4 million views if I never even signed back into the account. So that is the strategy, like absolute strategy when it comes to Instagram and YouTube as well. I used it a lot on multiple YouTube accounts, and I always seem to think it worked pretty well. So yeah, because it's like when you guys you're working so hard to get one viral video, it's like when you finally get it, like you gotta milk it. You know what I mean?
Yo, what's up, my G? Caught you off guard, maybe a little bit. It's feeling kind of personal, right? A little intimate, like future me outside of the lessons, now back and like randomly talking to you at a random time. Well, there's a reason for that. And that's because if you've made it this far into the video, that means something. And it means you're genuinely serious about leveling up, not just in organic dropshipping, but life in general. You're serious about, you know, having a successful business, a business that actually makes real money. And so with that being said, I'm not gonna hold you too long from your masterclass. I want you to keep soaking up all this awesome information, but really quick, I wanna give you an opportunity that is gonna change your life even more than this masterclass. And that's gonna be an offer to personally get mentored by me and join my advanced organic dropshipping program, where we take 4, 5, and 6-figure organic dropshippers and help them make their first, their next, or multi 6 figures with organic dropshipping. And we are the only coaching that exists within this space that coaches at the level we do. We're actually the only coaching that only accepts students that have done a bare minimum of 4 figures in lifetime revenue. And that's because we are so beyond this bullshit, here's how to start making money online, make your first 10K on the internet. And what we do is scale advanced organic dropshippers. And with you being an organic dropshipper who's already made money, I know you've seen the things in this space. I know you see all of these other coaching programs. I know you see all these other gurus that flex all this fake lifestyle bullshit and try to appeal to this young, naive, stupid audience so they can scam them out of their money. And of course, we're very different in that regard compared to everyone else. But another place we differ that a lot of people unfortunately don't consider when they are investing in themselves and investing into consulting that helps grow their business is an individual's or program's actual coaching ability. You see, what most people don't take into consideration is the actual coaching ability of these mentorships or programs. And they never understand that somebody could make 1 million lifetime rev, 5 million lifetime rev, do 10 billion plus views, and still end up never helping you or providing you any value if they were to mentor you. Because accomplishing something, doing something, and then being able to have the personality type and the knowledge to teach and coach that to someone else are two entirely separate things. And knowing and understanding this very important difference is how me and the 7-figure coaching team at Per Mill have set ourselves apart from everyone else and ended up in a league of our own when it comes to coaching and mentoring within the organic dropshipping space. Because not only does your group of mentors consist of some of the highest earning and most advanced organic dropshippers that exist within the organic dropshipping space, but we're also exceptional at teaching, coaching, and helping others apply the knowledge that we have. And we do that in a very structured and professional manner. The program is laid out as a one-on-one and group hybrid coaching. Your main coaching is all one-on-one day-to-day, and you can think of the group side of things as kind of the cherry on top. In the one-on-one area of your coaching, you get 3 to 4 one-on-one calls with me personally a month, where me and you sit down week by week, constantly keeping your organic business dialed in, constantly keeping you making only the right decisions, and being there virtually holding your hand every step of the way to get us from point A to point B the fastest way possible. Now, outside of your calls with me, you have unlimited calls with 2 other advanced coaches, Austin and Samuel. Austin being at over $1 million in lifetime rev with organic, and Samuel being at 800,000 or 900,000 in lifetime rev. You can think of them as cloned versions of me. I went out there and somehow convinced 2 other insanely good organic dropshippers to help me coach within Per Mill. And that's also another huge area we differentiate in compared to all these little childish mentorships you see within this space. These aren't just a bunch of random 15-year-olds that have done 20K lifetime rev. It actually cost me a lot of money to pay these guys to continue helping make this program as great as it is. And then outside of all those extremely valuable calls that you get multiple times a week, you have your 24/7 coaches group chat, which consists of your 7-figure coaching team that you get to have virtually in your back pocket 24/7. And the purpose of this group chat is really just so we can make sure that we're there to help you make the right decisions at all times within your organic business. So really, its purpose is to supplement the time in between each of your coaching calls. That way, you don't have the opportunity to make even one wrong decision on your own. Then on the group side of your coaching, you get 2 advanced lessons per week hosted by one of the 4 of your coaches. And these aren't just random little Discord calls. These are advanced lessons with a lot of time put together in them. I almost like to refer to them as our professor level lessons, where we're putting together strategies or new things happening in the space, so on and so forth, put together to literally sit down and teach you. Then outside of your group calls, you also unlock access from every inner circle lesson that has ever been recorded within the program. Then outside of that, of course, you get access to the best of the best teams and connections that exist within the organic space, handed to you on a gold platter for you to use whenever and wherever. Then, if that wasn't enough, being inside the program, you are guaranteed to only run winning products. I personally handpick every single product you run based off of your own product research, because we're the only coaching program in this space that has the skill and ability to confidently offer something like that. And then it becomes as simple as it sounds. And so we take these winning products that I'm personally handpicking for you. We take all of that amazing coaching structured in the specific way that it is and apply it to all those winning products that I pick for you. And then also apply that coaching to products you may join the program already running and help you make more money than you ever have. So with that being said, if you're a 4, 5, or 6-figure organic dropshipper and you're interested in getting one-on-one mentored by me and joining Per Mill's advanced organic dropshipping program, if you look below this video, there is going to be a link. It's going to be the top link in the description of this video. If you're actually serious about this, you'll click that link, you end up filling out a little application, and then at the end of the application, you have the option to either book a one-on-one call with me personally. No, not some random sales guy or some guy acting like me. Me and you will be sitting down talking one-on-one, or you also have the option to message my personal phone number. And whether you message me or book a call, me and you are going to sit down and talk about your current situation in your organic dropshipping business and how I may be able to help you. Now, as you can tell, this is very different than any other coaching you've ever heard or seen within the organic dropshipping space. There was even some things I just mentioned that I probably could have went without ever telling you. But but that is the difference. I'm genuine and realistic, and it's as simple as it sounds. Sure, you can achieve plenty more on your own. You can go out there and make your next multi 6 figures, 7 figures. But if you're serious about earning a lot of money really fast with organic dropshipping and reaching a level of success with organic 10 times faster than you ever would on your own, and 100% without a doubt, making 10 times more money than you ever would on your own, that is what Per Mill's Inner Circle is for. So if you could give a fuck less, neither could I. I put out this video for completely free for a reason. I post all these YouTube videos for completely free for a reason. You do not have to ever join my mentorship or Discord. It's just simply there if you want it, as another form for me to be able to help you even more intimately and actually be able to control your business and, get you to results a lot faster than just watching my YouTube videos. So with that being said, if you could care less about anything I just went over, awesome. Please enjoy the rest of this masterclass. But if you're one of those 4, 5, or 6 figure organic dropshippers that's interested in what I just went over and joining my advanced organic dropshipping program, click that link down below in the description of this video. And hopefully, I see you messaging me or I see you on a call to get inside. Okay, now I'm disappearing again out of the video. And now you're going back to past me. Enjoy. Now, before we begin our interactive training, let's go over my newly updated criteria for what makes a winning product. I want you to imagine a winning product as an entire whole pie. 50% of this pie would be our wow factor or intrinsically viral trait. Now, why does this dictate what a winning product is so largely compared to the other traits we're about to go over? And that is because this is the difference in you going viral with ease or not going viral at all. Because there are plenty of products out there that convert very high, but are extremely hard to go viral with. Now, I get asked all the time, okay, Ethan, but don't you want a higher barrier to entry? So aren't these products that are harder to go viral with better for more advanced guys? And the answer to that is no. And it never will be. Whether you're beginner or advanced, you are only going to benefit from a product carrying the video. Because trying to sit there and choose products based on higher barrier to entry regarding, how intrinsically viral it is only an uphill battle. But let's reverse engineer this question. Think to yourself, imagine you're advanced and you go viral with ease, a few 100 million views to a billion plus views, and you run a product that's already intrinsically viral. Now, what I deem as intrinsically viral is you kind of want to think of it like this. Imagine a product so good and has so much wow factor that you could almost just sit there and take a video of the product itself without doing anything, no edits, no text, nothing. And it's so good and just so intrinsically viral that it would go viral all on its own. Imagine this paired with 10 out of 10 content. Not only does this put your life on easy mode, but you're going to make 10 times the money compared to a product that's really hard to make go viral that you're only running for the sake of higher barrier to entry. To me, wow factor or intrinsically viral is the trait that's been left behind the most in the entire space, but yet is the biggest factor of what makes a winning product in the organic dropshipping space as a whole compared to anything else, which is why wow factor takes up a whole 50% of our pie. Now, what's going to take up the next 30% of our winning product pie is going to be the passionate or emotional attachment factor of the product. Now, on the passionate side of things, I'm mainly referring to hobbies. So it could be a game you love, it could be a show you love, it could be a physical activity that you enjoy doing. But when it comes to the emotional attachment factor of a product, I would say sentimental is the word I would use to describe the strongest attributes or the strongest emotion that leads to making the product better. Now, mainly what I'm referring to here are relationship or couple products, maybe something that has to do with a family member, good or bad, or something like pets and pet lovers and things for people's pets, something that strongly evokes some sort of emotion in your target consumer's life. Now, moving on to our third most valuable trait, which is going to take up the remaining 20% of our winning product pie, and this is going to be adding value to someone's life. And this could mean a lot of different things. Mainly what I'm referring to is, does it solve a problem? Does it entertain someone? Or maybe it resolves and takes care of somebody's insecurity. Something that as a whole makes somebody's life just a little bit better than before they had this product. Now, let's move on to some key factors that don't play such a large role, but you could think of them as honorable mentions, or for this case,
icing on the pie. Now, the very first trait I want to bring up is controversial factor. This mainly refers to two things. Something that's just ridiculously wild and out there that can make a lot of people say, oh my gosh, this is wrong, this is bad, I do not like this is not good for society as a whole. Or that is extremely funny or darkly humorous. The reason this is our very first bit of icing on the cake is because out of all of the criteria I've already went over, in regards to things that don't matter as much and maybe aren't absolutely necessary but are a huge benefit, controversial factor is the most beneficial, because what it does is it adds engagement to your videos and to your posts without you even needing to try. Because if the controversial trait in a product is strong enough, people will be letting you know this in the form of comments and or shares without you even having to try to add the controversy to your video. Now, our second most important icing to the cake that is not absolutely necessary but most definitely helps is the ease of content. What I mean by this is how easy it is to make the content for your product. Some products out there can take only literally 30 seconds to a minute to make an entire video for, while some take 2 to 3 hours. Now, in my honest opinion, I do not think this is something you should be looking out for or caring about much until you're more advanced. Because while you're still more of a beginner, it's all about the grind, getting after it, doing all the work you got to do. But as you become more and more advanced, you can become a lot more picky because you know enough to be able to position yourself correctly. But as a whole, with the position I'm in now personally, I do not run products that I assume are going to take me more than 30 minutes per video. And now this is just another thing you can add to your criteria depending on the amount of time and work output that you have available. So if you're one of those grinders that grind 10-hour shifts, the only thing you have to do is make videos, then yeah, sure, you could probably run a product that takes an hour, hour and a half per video, a few hours per video, and be okay with that. Like I said, this is still an honorable mention because the entire point of all of our icing on the cake, or icing on the pie in this example, is just to make your life easier. So a good way to think about it is those three main traits that actually create our pie are an absolute must, as to where the icing on the cake isn't absolutely needed, but it's definitely beneficial. Now, the last little bit of our icing on the cake is zero saturation. Everything regarding saturation within the organic dropshipping space is mainly the wrong assumption. Normally, the first thing that comes to somebody's mind when they hear saturation is, okay, a product has been ran so much that now it can't make more money, which could not be further from the truth. What saturation mainly refers to with organic dropshipping is a lot more related to views and content than it is sales and conversions. I want you to go ahead and get it out of your mind now. Just because someone has gotten a lot of views or a lot of sales with a product does not mean it's going to convert even less for you per the same amount of views. Now, before we continue, I do want to preface that it is possible for this occur. Saturation of a market is possible and does happen, but for the majority of organic dropshipping products, it's highly unlikely. Like, we're talking millions and millions of sales for majority of niches for this to even be a possibility. But in a sense, saturation does still exist, and as I said, it mainly refers to your content and views. So think of it this way: the more saturated a product is, as in the more views it's done and the more accounts running it, the harder it's going to be for you to go viral. Reason being is mainly because of the platforms. Once they see so much of one piece of content or one style, they're not going to be pushing it out as hard, which is where originality comes in. So the more saturated a product, the more original you're going to have to be in order to basically deflect all of the downside of the product being saturated, which is why running a super big product that's already super saturated, has millions of views, and it's been getting ran for a year, and there's probably 30 plus accounts running it. That's really only for the big dogs or more advanced guys that say, you know what, I have a lot of conviction in this product. I could do really well with this product, the style that I'm seeing, the product itself, I love it, and I know it converts at maybe 4 or 5K per mil. I'm gonna go run it. That's okay, because the more advanced you are, the more original content you can create, which, like I said, helps you kind of deflect all of the downside of a saturated product. But as always, of course, no matter what position you're in, you're gonna be in the best position possible the least saturated a product is. Not only because of the boost you get from a product that the platform has never seen before, because they deem it as original content, and if you didn't know, the more original your content is, the better views you're gonna get on the platform and the more the platform wants to push your content out, but just as a whole puts you in front of everyone to lead the product and become the main competitor. Which, of course, if you're the main competitor with the most followers and most views, that means you're making the most money from the product. Now, before we get into our training, because I know you guys are super ready for it, real quick, let's go over what can affect a product's performance or conversions outside of our winning product criteria or our icing on the cake. Now, this comes down to two main things: the perceived value of the product and the actual quality of the product itself. Now, if you don't know what perceived value means, in basic terms, think of it as the assumption of the consumer to whether or not the price matches the product. So does the product you're selling actually match up to the price you're selling it for? To make this make easy sense, obviously you wouldn't sell a pen for 40 bucks. Now, as to where it's not very common, there are instances where products cost a lot to produce, meaning your cost of the product goes up, meaning what you sell it for goes up, when it definitely does not seem like it's worth that price. Now, if you're more of a beginner, this is going to be a lot harder for you to gauge, but as time goes on, your own intuition will kick in and everything will start to make a lot more sense, and you'll be able to tell at least a roundabout or a rough estimate of what the perceived value of a product will be. This and quality kind of tie into the same thing, because it does not matter how good your product is, how good all of those other traits are. If someone views your video and they see the product maybe at this lower sort of value, but they're still interested, and then they go to your site and it's 3, 4, 5 times what they assumed they would have to pay for it, they will not buy the product. Okay, so that's gonna do it for our entire newly updated criteria of what makes a winning product, all the way down to the data percentages of which one matters more, the icing on the cake, and even at the end, a little bit of milk to go with your pie. Now, let's go ahead and get started on our interactive training. Get out some notes, be ready to give me answers, and let's get after it. Now, as we begin our interactive training, I need your utmost attention and you absolutely locked in. These exercises are gonna be simple and fast, but very beneficial to you and learning what a winning product looks like. Now, what these question and answer sort of little quizzes are going to be based on is each individual trait of our main traits that created the winning product pie. So what this is meant to do is train your eye for each individual criteria. By the end of this training, your last few questions are going to be you giving me answers on which product you even think is a winner. So this is full-blown training from beginning to end. And if all of this is done correctly and you participate correctly, it's just gonna help you that much more find and be able to identify each and every criteria that makes it a winner. So let's go ahead and get started. Our very first task of our interactive training will be you identifying which of the 3 products I have popped up on the screen now have the most wow factor or intrinsically viral factor. Now, you can either pause the video or wait for the duration of this 5 seconds to end to give your answer on which one you deem has the most wow factor. The answer would be A, the wine holder. The intrinsically viral factor of this product is almost unmatched. Literally the type of product that I was explaining at the beginning that you almost wouldn't even have to make content for, but just literally film it and it could go viral on its own. Now, me, out of all people, should know this because it just so happens that I actually ran this product around end of last year. For any of my seasoned drop shippers, you might remember an account by the name of lift.lux. So the videos you guys actually just saw on screen was from one of my videos that did 75+ million views. That in and of itself just goes to show you how much wow factor and how intrinsically viral this product was. As we continue to our second task, guys, keep in mind that this is outside of all the other criteria, whether it converts or doesn't convert. We're just trying to train our eyes to spot specific pieces of the criteria. Now, for our second task, this is going to be identifying a product in a passionate niche. Now, I have passionate and emotional niche broken up into 2 separate things. Although they are very similar, they do have their differences. So once again, the 3 videos I have on screen now, you have roughly 5 seconds, or you can pause the video to identify which one has the strongest passionate attachment. The answer is C. Now, this one I made a little easy on you guys. It was a little bit harder for me to come up with the examples, but it's very self-evident on how this was the strongest passionate product, with the other 2 being very gimmicky, basically 0 attachment, almost virtually 0 traits besides a little bit of wow factor or intrinsically viral. The miracle lamps are based on someone's religion, and it just so happens to be one of the world's biggest religions, Christianity. So it's basically a no-brainer on how that one had the strongest passion towards it. People are going to be very involved, very passionate. think very deeply of it, hold a lot of value towards this thing, said thing. So this is a perfect example of a product in a very, very, probably the most passionate niche. Now, let's move on to our third task of our interactive training. Now, what I want you to do is identify the product that has the strongest emotional attachment. And just like the other two, you can either pause the video or you have these next 5 seconds to identify which one has the strongest emotional trait. Now, the answer to question 3 will be A, the pearl necklace. Not only does this have almost all of the traits we want in a product, but it's most definitely very strong on the emotional side of things. This one was kind of a dead giveaway for you guys that actually paid attention earlier on in the video. As I said, one of the main examples for an emotionally attached product would be relationship or couple stuff. If it wasn't, it should be very obvious to you that out of the 3 products that I have shown on screen, the pearl one is obviously the most emotionally dominant one, considering not only is it great in every other aspect, like I've already said, but it's something giftable to a partner or honestly even a family member if there are certain variants out there. Regardless, it's very giftable. It's jewelry. It tells a story. It means something to your partner. That's where the other two, yeah, may be giftable, but on the emotion evoking side of things or being very prominently to a boyfriend or girlfriend, they do not do any of those things. Now for our fourth task of our interactive training, I want you to tell me, out of the 3 products you see on screen now, which one of these products adds the most value to someone's life. As always, you have 5 seconds to answer. Before I start yapping, the obvious answer is B, the little retro console. And before we get into why it's the answer, let's talk about why the other 2 weren't. So the little mini fridge, on top of all the other reasons it's absolutely horrible, in terms of adding value to somebody's life, you could question that. You could try to come up with something like, oh, it keeps your drink cold, but in a very horrible, non-optimal way. If you just think with common sense, it just doesn't make sense and is a stupid product. And the same goes for the little mini car trash can. Now, you never really want to try to give your own personal opinion on a product and let that dictate what you run and don't run, but sometimes you can still use your own common sense. And for me, as for the mini trash can in the car, I would never use that a day in my life. So what, you can put like 3 candy bar wrappers in there? Bro, I would rather just throw it in the floor and pick it up the next time I clean out my car. Or like everybody else does, just leave a random bag sitting in your car that you throw trash in. So once again, although somebody could try to argue for the mini trash can, like, oh, it helps you keep your car clean or you can throw stuff away easier, it just doesn't make sense and is probably the least optimal way to go about that. As to where the amazing product, the little retro handheld little gaming device, adds a ridiculous amount of entertainment to somebody's life, therefore adding value. This could keep you entertained for hours. It could help you on plane rides, long car trips, or even just in general, cures your boredom and has all the other traits of what make a good product, which is why it was very obviously the winner for task 4. Now, for our last 2 questions, we're gonna rapid fire it a bit. I just want you to give me a simple answer. Which of these 3 products is the winning product or the best product and converts the highest out of all 3 of the products that you're seeing on screen? You have 5 seconds. The answer is A, the Inshallah art, the 4D Muslim painting looking pictures. Now, let's go over why this is very obviously the winning product. Our strongest criteria, wow factor and intrinsically viral. It obviously has that. It's very well put together. It goes from just whatever, you turn a light off, you turn its light on, it pops out, it creates an entire different painting. Everything about it is intrinsically viral. Now let's move on to our second most dominant trait or piece of our criteria, which will be emotional or passionate attachment. And very obviously, once again, like we've already stated, the religion aspect of this product automatically makes it a very strong, passionate attachment. And for our least dominant trait, but also still matters, is does it add value to somebody's life? The answer would be yes. You could go about this various different ways, but in general, it just makes their room look better. that adds value to someone's life. Or you could think about it even deeper and think of it as maybe a reminder that you have around you in your room at all times that reminds you of your religion. Now let's move on to the icing on the cake. The controversial factor is debatable, but religion as a whole just naturally comes with a little bit of controversy because obviously the entire world is divided on religion. Some people will love it, some people will hate it, but the controversial factor of this product actually kind of ties into the content. A lot of the style of content you can create for this product is you painting them yourselves, or what I noticed a lot of people running this product did was maybe they weren't this religion, but their partner got them this product, or maybe they're trying to convert their partner or a loved one to a certain religion. So that's a bit of a stretch on the controversial side, but it is something to think about. And if you're advanced enough to think about ahead of time before running a product, and you really could tie that into it actually being a controversial trait of the product. As for ease of content, I don't see a product like this taking me, after I actually get it primed in, dialed in, and I'm used to the product, more than probably 15 to 30 minutes all the way through to editing and posting. Now let's move on to the third icing on the pie, which would be saturation. And for this exact product, there's not much saturation because it's kind of halfway a custom product, halfway not. I know there are some suppliers out there that just let you source it for drop shipping and don't make you MOQ, but just in general, it's a little harder to get your hands on and source, leading to very little competitors out there. There's actually not even that many accounts running this exact product at all. And lastly, let's move on to what can affect a product outside of all that criteria we just went over. And this would be perceived value and quality. They kind of go hand in hand, but in general, I mean, just look at the product. It's something that you can make look like you are making yourself at home. Like I said, already referring to the content, you can kind of go the, oh, I custom make these and paint these myself route, which will automatically increase the perceived value and the quality of it because unconsciously a consumer automatically deems something that was created with another human's time involved as more valuable. On top of that, it has a lot of moving parts. It lights up, so there's technology involved, which also always increases the perceived value. And if I'm not mistaken, you can source this somewhere around $10 to $15. And this is a product that can easily be sold for anywhere between $30 to $40. So not only is every piece of our criteria that's possibly needed there, but you also have awesome profit margins, which is what makes this such a great product and an absolute no-brainer that it converts anywhere from 3 to 5K per million views. Now, for our last task of our interactive training, I want you one more time to try and guess which one out of these three products is the winning product. Now, this one was a bit more of a troll for my subscribers that have been watching me for a long time. Obviously, looking at this video, you would know that the answer is A, glow gesture. And let's break down the obvious reasons why. For our wow factor and intrinsically viral, very obviously, and a lot of this kind of ties into the controversy factor, but we'll get to that in a second. Now, for our second criteria, an emotional or passionate attachment. This obviously evokes some sort of emotion. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be more negative, but it can be funny or make other people angry. Now, as for adding value to somebody's life, it can do two things. Obviously, it's very entertaining, but once again, you could also think deeper and you could claim that this actually helps other people convey a certain emotion to the bad drivers around them. Now, let's talk icing on the cake. The controversy, very, very strong in this product. I would say that's 90% of what makes this product so great. I mean, just showing the product itself automatically leads to a crazy amount of engagement because you have the people who love it and think it's hilarious and have dark humor, and then you have all the people that are very against it and think it's the worst thing in the world, and all the Karens yapping in the comments all the time. So the controversy factor is kind of a no-brainer. Now, as for ease of content, on a good day when I'm really in my flow state, I can bang out a video for this product in literally like 5 minutes. As for the saturation side of things, obviously I'm the main competitor. I'm the top dog of the product. I never have to worry about that. But for educational reasons for you guys, saturation would be a little bit more up there for this exact product, considering how long this product has been out there, how easy it is to source, and how many people have went and tried to run said product. And obviously for the perceived value and quality side of things, it's electronic, it has a remote, you can attach it in one place, use it in a whole separate place. I mean, it's very obvious that the perceived value is there, the quality is there, and I could source this product for, as we speak, around $9.50, and I sell it for $39.99. I even used to sell it for $44.95. I decreased the price to increase conversions, but the market is more than happy with that price, and it converts at 2 to 3% just on the website alone, around $4,000 per million views. So it's very obvious, once again, that the perceived value is there. That is going to conclude our interactive training.
Now, I'm not saying you should just go out there and only run saturated products. That would be a very bad strategy. But what I am saying is that the data is clear, and majority of 6 and 7 figure organic dropshippers have made a large portion of their lifetime revenue with what most people would consider very saturated products. Now, before I get into how you can use this to your advantage and break down product saturation with an organic at a very advanced level, of course, I'm not just gonna make such a bold claim without backing it up. So really quick, I'm gonna show you a few things that prove what I'm saying. Example 1. Here is one of my own stores, the infamous Glow Gesture. This store has made me almost $500,000, just this one product. This is also the same product that I made a whopping $169,000 in a single month with. And there's actually a really funny story behind this. After that month, I went on to make a few $100,000 more with this product. And then shortly after that, I went and filmed a YouTube video, basically a personal case study that's on this YouTube channel. And about 2 weeks after I posted that video, I got a random message on Discord. And lo and behold, it was actually my main competitor, the guy running the account that I found the product from, who explains to me how right before I made a $169,000 a month with it and went and made almost $500,000 with it, that he also made $100K in a month with the exact same product. And he made that $100K month literally a month or two before my $100K plus month. And this interaction right here from 2 years ago is what helped me finally start understanding and realizing about saturation within organic. Then another example, another product that I have another YouTube video on this channel that I made almost $100,000 with, the Puffy Tray, was a very highly saturated product at the time of me running it, already making other people hundreds of thousands of dollars before I ever even picked it up. And to show you even more data to back up this claim, here is one of my current stores. We're already at 2K just for today, almost 60K just last month from this one product that also just so happens to be very, very saturated. And then even outside of my own organic dropshipping business, a lot of this track data actually comes from students inside of my advanced organic dropshipping program. And the reason for this is because guys like me, my students, and other high-level organic dropshippers understand how product saturation actually works. Because saturation within organic dropshipping almost never has to do with actual market saturation like most people think it does. And now what market saturation is and what market saturation actually means in a nutshell is that so many sales have been made with a specific product that the market of people that would buy that product as a whole is noticeably less because of how much that product has sold. And of course, the effect of that would mean less demand for the product, less people of that market left to be able to want or buy the product, which would mean less sales for that product per million views. And although this can happen, within the organic dropshipping space, it is very, very rare. And even products that have made millions of dollars are nowhere near actual market saturation. So what saturation affects the most for us as organic dropshippers is actually content itself. So what I'm implying is saturation actually has a very little effect on the sales you can make with a product. And instead, the downside to a product being saturated is the increased difficulty of being able to generate views and go viral with that product. And the reason this is so important to understand is because you cannot help or fix market saturation. If a product has reached actual market saturation, then technically that product would no longer even be a good product because it would then convert less per million views. So there wouldn't be any helping that. You would just have to go find a different product if you actually want to make sales. But understanding that this simply just is not the case for 99.9% of saturated products, and it actually has the most to do with content, means that it remains viable for you to be able to run said saturated product. And the only thing you have to do to run any of these products is just simply create better content than the majority of your competitors, run new concepts that your competitors haven't, find a new angle of marketing for that product, or just simply have a primed IG. Because if you have an actual primed Instagram account, no matter how saturated a product's content is, it barely matters. So the main point behind all of this and why this subject specifically is the reason for so much of the sales within the organic space as a whole and made so many 6 and 7 figure organic dropshippers is because you're no longer wasting weeks and months and your mental effort on trying to find that next untapped winning product. We're testing a product that never would have even made over 50K in the first place, and organic becomes mainly a content and primed account game. So my advice to you would be go run that product that you've seen on your burner a million times, that you've thought about running a million times. It might just be that one thing that helps you get to 6 figures, maybe even multi 6 figures.
Okay, so yes, I know my handwriting is absolutely horrible. Do not roast me in the comments. I'm gonna talk about everything you see on here anyway, so it doesn't matter. I tried as best I could. I rewrote this like 3 times. You're welcome.
Stop the cap.
First things first, we're gonna go over the pros and cons of finding untapped products. First one, zero competition. I obviously don't have to explain that to you. That's great in any and all aspects to have no other competition. Now, one that no one or a lot of people don't know about is you will go viral easier. Now, we're thinking in terms of trying to understand how the algorithm works. And what the algorithms love is originality, okay? They like new things, new people, new concepts, new videos, things that their algorithm doesn't normally see. So automatically, if it's a product that has not been promoted on there or that no one has ran, they're automatically going to deem it as original, something brand new to the platform. It does indeed give it a boost. You might not see it the first day you post, but a week in, you will notice a very obvious difference. Even if you're like not insane at content, your content is still going to get a boost. You're going to get more views than you normally would because the platform views you as original. Now, the next one is potential to find 10K plus or more per mil products. And this is huge because any product that is on the platform already, you already know what it's at, and majority of them are at 3, 4, 5K per million views. That's kind of the average, okay? But if you're bringing in a product that no one has ever ran, you're only, increasing your odds that much more to find an absolutely insane product. Now let's talk about the cons, okay? Now, I do want to preface, this is more of an advanced sort of tactic, sort of strategy, and you'll start to notice a lot of the things I mentioned are for more advanced people. So like the whole strategy itself requires a little bit more knowledge in the space in general, on content, on products, product research, everything. So, but that's not to say that as a beginner you can't. You can still attempt and try it. It's just going to be a lot harder for you. Also, you cannot gauge demand. As to where on a burner, you can just give a nice peek on the comments, or, if you're anything like me, because I'm lazy as shit, I just do a test order on every single product. You could automatically see, who's interested, how interested, is it a dog shit product, is it not, do people actually want to buy it? But with this method, you cannot. Now, there are a couple things we're going to get into later on that can kind of help you get a rough idea, but overall, you're kind of in the dark on actual demand, actually knowing definitively if people are going to buy it. Also, you will have no videos to copy. Once again, this goes into why it's hard for beginners. You're not gonna have any concepts to copy. And once again, we're gonna get later on into that about, how to actually run products that you find off AliExpress. So you're getting a little 2-for-1 here, but you're not gonna have anything to copy. So it's gonna take a lot of originality. It's gonna take a lot of you understanding content and being able to make banger content to begin with. So once again, that's why it goes into, you have to be a little bit more advanced. But like I said, you can still do this as a beginner. It's just going to be a lot harder. Now we're gonna get into the criteria and the traits of products you're going to be looking for, and even what not to run. So you can automatically shove out like half the fucking products you'll see. Okay, so first things first, this is a must. It must have wow factor or be intrinsically value. You're only gonna be shooting yourself in the foot, making your life that much harder if you're trying to run generic ass products that don't look cool. When you see these products, when you're going to run one, you need to look at it and say, holy shit, that's cool. It needs to have a cool function, needs to look really cool, needs to be something unique, something that's gonna make somebody stop and go, holy shit, right? And that's with any product, burner or not. But since we're not finding them off burner accounts and have all that other information, we have to really be understanding of what these criteria mean. So I have here at least 1 out of the 2 of these. Obviously, all of these things that I'm about to bring up, if you have all of them, that only accounts for it being that much better of a product, but you can get away with only having 1 of these criteria. First one is emotional attachment. So, does it spark an emotion? Does it make them happy, sad, mad, angry, excited? Maybe it's something from one of their favorite hobbies, a well-known hobby. Maybe it's something from their favorite TV show or movie. Maybe it's a relationship gift that they can share with their partner. Things of that nature. That's what you need to keep on your mind when we're talking emotional attachment. The next one would be adds value to someone's life. Now, this goes hand in hand with problem solving, but it's much more than that. And also, as we know, within organic dropshipping as a whole, they do not have to solve a problem. Hella banger products out there that do not solve any problem at all. The reason I added this and the reason problem solving goes into this is because it's a much bigger picture. This can mean solving a problem. This can mean entertaining somebody. This can even mean curing somebody's insecurities, making somebody feel better about themselves, maybe make somebody look cooler, things of that nature. Now let's get into bonus traits. So like I said, before we go on, at least 1 of these 2, obviously if you have all 3, more brownie points to you, better of a product. Now, bonus traits. These are not something to make a decision based off of. This should not contradict what products you're gonna run, but these are kind of add-ons and something to keep in the back of your mind that makes the product that much better. First one is higher barrier to entry, meaning, like for an example would be, let's say you live on a lake and the product has something to do with every video has to be in the water. It's something in the water. You now have a higher barrier to entry because not everyone lives on a lake. Shut the fuck up. Multiple different things, not just the water thing, but you kind of get what I'm saying, get where I'm going with that. Even something like, you know, it not being on Amazon higher the barrier to entry because some countries don't even have Amazon, things of that nature, everything like that. So it makes it harder for someone else to run the product. That is what a higher barrier to entry is. Next one would be obvious high profit margins. And once again, this goes into you have to be a little bit more advanced, or you probably won't even be able to notice or sense something like this. But, you know, let's say the product is $8, but you know, it looks so good and high quality that you think, oh, I could price that at $40. Automatic, like 80% profit margins. Once again, that's not something to look out for and make sure of, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind to know, oh my God, the product's just that much better. Now, before I have to go and fucking stop the video and then go rewrite this whole shindig,
Stop the cap.
let's go over what not to sell under any circumstances so you're not going through every single product. This kind of will literally cut your amount of product research in half, so you can automatically just disregard certain products. First one is generic shit. Damn, I'm pissed. I was gonna put a poop emoji right there. That would have been fire. Okay, but no, generic shit. So jewelry, fucking random kitchen utensils, whatever generic, something that you would go and find at a Dollar General or just fucking at your local Walmart, do not sell it. Not even worth your time. If it looks like that, anything like I just named off or anything similar, don't even click on it. The next one would be gives off a super junky or cheap vibe. This is a little bit more of your own kind of intuition, but if you're looking at something and it's some super small, super fucking plastic looking piece of dog shit, I mean, don't even give it a second thought, okay? We're trying to sell high quality products. You don't want to be selling dog shit. You know, this just goes common sense. You don't want to sell something that looks like shit, or, you know, if you're automatically, as somebody who's trying to produce or sell the product, if you're automatically looking at it and saying, that looks kind of cheap, that looks like junk, what the fuck do you think the consumer's gonna think, right? And last but not least, super copyrighted products. Now, this one is a bit of a gray area. It's hard to tell. Once again, it goes a little bit more into your own intuition, but there are some products out there that maybe have like Marvel logos and shit, or, you know, Disney logos, things of that nature, which are ran all the time. Some of them are really good products. What you mainly want to look out for is something that these companies have made themselves and they're knockoffs that AliExpress is selling. So it could be something, for example, like the Deadpool mask. Disney did not invent that. Disney did not go and make a blinking Deadpool mask, okay? Even though it has Marvel shit all over it and you were still in a gray area. Now, before I keep going into this, the reason being is you can get your stores taken down, you can get copyright strikes, all this crazy stuff through Shopify. You know, if a big brand or a big company, it's very uncommon, but it's possible. Big brand or big company goes to Shopify, hey, they're selling our shit, they're selling something, we have this copyrighted, they can take your whole shit down, freeze your funds, all that crazy shit. You don't want to get into that. But let me get back into the Deadpool mask. So, something like the Deadpool mask, it has Marvel shit all over it. It's very obviously from Marvel, but Disney did not go out there and make that product themselves. Someone else did, and it just so happens to be something related to what Disney's created in the past type shit, if that makes sense. But let's say it's something like Gauntlet Hand that I've seen in the past on AliExpress. It's literally like some fucking Infinity Stone bullshit. It's from one of the Marvel movies. Disney themselves made that product and sell it. They made a knockoff that you can buy on AliExpress. Products like that do not sell. You will get your shit fucked up by Disney. Okay, now let's go over how to actually physically do the product research itself. First things first, you're going to go to Temu and AliExpress and make accounts, okay? I've heard people in the past that have tried to talk about doing, you know, untapped product research methods, and they say not to make an account. Some of it's like on a random browser, blah, blah, blah. You're not gonna do that with this method. Trust me, just follow along with what I'm saying. The reason you're going to want to make accounts for it and stay signed in is because you're going to take the same approach on AliExpress and Temu, almost kind of as you would your burner account, okay? So like for instance, you know, when you're going through and doing this product research, you're going to be going through and, you know, engaging with certain products, not engaging with other products. And it's also, these platforms, they're an algorithm, just like social media, they're an algorithm. They're built and designed to get you to want to buy as much as possible. So basically you're wanting to prime it up and make as good of an AliExpress or Temu account as you can. And eventually it will just start feeding you banger after banger after banger. And a lot of them will be products that aren't being ran yet, if you get where I'm going with this. Now, before we go over good common practices to do while doing the product research, let's talk about how you're going to get your account set up and primed and ready to show you banger products. First things first is go to the search bar and look up winning products. Products you've already seen in the past that you know are winners. If you're in the space at all, you know of at least one. Go to that product, engage with it, scroll through the photos, things of that nature. Like, you're treating this, once again, same sort of method and idea behind it as your burner method, because once again, these are algorithms we're talking about. We're trying to prime the algorithm to feed us information. We're trying to manipulate the algorithm. So you're going to go to the product of already known winning products or variations of good products. You're going to engage with them, slide through the photos, things of that nature, add some to cart, all kinds of good stuff like that. Do that with a few good products. Very similar to how you would start a burner account, how you kind of go to the search bar and you look up TikTok made me buy it, and then you go click on dropshipping product. Same sort of ideology behind it. The rest of it is just going to be through the discovery bars of AliExpress and Temu. So the products they try to feed you and the products they try to get you to see. From there, that's where you'll do your product research. After you actually look up a couple bangers, it'll start feeding you good products. So that'll be your product research, is going through the discovery page mainly. That's what the product research is going to be based off of. So now let's go over some good common practices while doing your product research on AliExpress or Temu. First things first is obviously only engage with products and variations of known winners. And that's more along the lines of just keeping it primed, getting it primed, things of that nature. Don't even click on trash products. So thinking back to the criteria we've already went over, and what I said, definitely do not sell no matter what. Don't even click on them. Next would be do not constantly interact with the same product. Very similar, once again, to your burner account, okay? You don't want to keep getting fed the exact same product over and over. And if you're constantly clicking on it, it'll just keep showing you that exact same product and variations of it, which you don't want. So in a nutshell, you're in Temu and AliExpress. They're already primed. When you go to do your product research, you're in the discovery mainly, only just the products they're trying to feed you. So your For You feed, whatever the fuck it may tell you, however it is that they're feeding you products with this in mind and our winning product criteria. So now let's say you found a product that fits our winning product criteria. You're going to want to do a tiny bit more research outside of just AliExpress to get a better idea of the product itself and figure some things out. The reason you're going to want to do this is to obviously not only make sure the product's not actually untapped and people aren't already running it, but you can get a tiny bit more sense of demand, kind of figure out more things about the products, traits about the products, what people think of it, maybe the difference in barrier to entry if it's on Amazon or not, things of that nature. So first things first, you're going to want to Google it. Now this goes for Googling it, looking it up on TikTok, or trying to find it on Amazon. Play around with the keywords and the phrases and all that to try to find the actual product itself. Now, you're going to want to Google it mainly to see, how many other stores are out there running it? Is it sold on eBay? Are there other drop shipping stores running it? Things like that. And you can get all kinds of information just from Googling the product. Now, next, you're going to want to look it up on TikTok. This is mainly just to make sure that the product is not already getting ran. If the product's already getting ran and you found multiple accounts, then scratch out everything we've done. From there, it's basically you're just going to do the product research behind it as you would on a burner account. And from there, you can just make your own decision. Are you going to keep trying to look for untapped products, or are you just going to run that one because you found out it was a banger? Completely up to you. But lastly, you're going to look it up on Amazon. 2 reasons. First one being, okay, does it have a little bit higher of a barrier to entry because it's not on Amazon? If it's not on Amazon, whatever, scratch it. Now you're just going to move on. If it is on Amazon, you can get a really good gauge on how the consumer perceives the product itself. Look at the reviews, things of that nature. Is it getting a lot of sales? Has it got a lot of traction? Is it only being drop shipped on Amazon? Are actual companies, bigger Amazon brands trying to sell it on there? Things of that nature. Okay, like I said at the beginning, because Big Daddy's got you. Yeah, boy. We're going to talk about how to actually get an untapped product up and running and started, considering you don't have much to work with at the beginning stages of its life. Finally, I can be done writing on this damn board. But obviously, I cannot run the product for you, but I can leave you off with some good tips and what to do, what not to do when starting to run an untapped product that the platform has never seen. So, how to take an untapped product from 0 to millions of views. First things first, you are not going to do basic dropshipping content. So the whole, in quotation marks, babe, have you seen my credit card? Babe, you're 35, blah, blah, blah. Or even some of the prototype style vids, you can get away with it if you execute it properly, but try to steer clear from that at the very beginning. You want to come off as original as possible, right? We're talking about untapped products. We already know it gives us a little bit of a boost. We do not want to fuck our account up off rip by doing something as dumb as making super generic dropshipping content where your entire account is just going to get flooded with burners off rip. Not only are you going to automatically give yourself competition, but the account's not going to make you money because it's only getting sent to burners. But okay, past that, beyond that, Obviously, you don't have any videos to copy, so I'm gonna give you some good ideas, what to do, some research to do to find concepts, come up with your own concepts, things of that nature. I do want to preface, you know, no matter what, it's inevitable. You have to be original at some point. That's why I talked about how this is more advanced, not only the product research, but like I said at the beginning, you're gonna have to be original with your content as well. And it actually might be beneficial for some of you that, you know, think too hard about the specifics and you just start making crazy dumbass videos. Plus, you know, it's not like, oh my God, I'm in this huge restriction, this time rush because you have all this competition. It's an untapped product. So, you know, in your mind, you can feel a little bit more lenient on taking time and, you know, making random ass content, being original. But at the beginning, this is kind of how you want to go about it, kind of your step-by-step process on getting it up and running. First things first, you're going to do research within your niche. So I'm going to use anime for example because it's the easiest to give examples about. But let's say I was going to run an anime product. Let's say it was on Naruto. It was a Naruto anime product. I would go look up Naruto edits, badass Naruto edits, everything that I could think of that comes up with Naruto. I would then go and click on all these videos that I saw, you know, that were getting super high engagements of Naruto, whether it be edits, whatever it may be. Go click on those accounts. So boom, you're seeing all these videos that, you know, are directly correlated to Naruto. Maybe they're Naruto edits, some Naruto fan shit, some Naruto cosplay. You're gonna click on these videos, click on these accounts, look at their videos, right? We're consciously scrolling, consciously doing research behind concepts to get. So we're gonna take their sounds, all their good performing. If they have a recent sound or a recent video that's doing really well, use that fucking sound, especially if it's like directly correlated to Naruto. You're gonna use their hashtags. This one's a bit of a gray area for hashtags. If the product is super niche, like anime for example, use hashtags, okay? You don't have to. Some people say don't, some people say I do kind of, if it's super niche, if the product is super niche, I use hashtags. They always perform better when I use hashtags on something super niche. If it's super generic, don't use hashtags. Pretty plain and simple. And that's kind of the guidelines I follow. So you're gonna be trying to get their sounds, their ideas. You might get lucky and find somebody promoting a Naruto product and you can just steal that video, things of that nature. What you can also do is you're going to go and take concepts from large drop shipping accounts. A little bit of free game. There's a couple I can think of right now off the top of my head. Spidey Face, my own account, Anime Blades. What's that one with the night vision? Night Operators. Start trying to memorize who these people are. This is a little tiny bit of sauce in here. Start trying to memorize who these people are. These are all people who are good at organic and make a very high income from organic, okay? You will start to notice their rooms, their house, their hands, their body, their bathrooms, all this shit. You'll start to realize who these people are, and this is valuable information because these are good people to follow, good people to do research on, good people to take rendition from, concepts from, even their products if you're on your burner, things of that nature. So you're going to try and go find these high authority accounts that are running a product that maybe has the same sort of style and video concepts that you assume your untapped product will have. And you can just take rendition from them, copy their videos. This is just starting out once again. So we're gonna kind of copy them, take their concepts, however we can manage to get our brain flowing, get us understanding of our product, making videos for it, things of that nature. That's what's going to lead us into being original, okay? This is a must. You're going to have to be original no matter what with this untapped product. Obviously, like I said, when we're doing this, no matter what, don't copy their videos that, you know, the prototypes, the super dropshipping ones, don't copy those. Try to copy their videos that seem to also be super original and not super dropshipping. Now, beyond this, you're going to be original. How you're going to do this is obviously just using your own fucking brain.
Oh my God!
But you want to be consciously aware and consciously keeping this in the back of your mind, like, oh, I gotta be original, coming up with my own concepts when you are making these videos, when you're copying these, when you're going through these, when you're starting off and you're starting from point A, 0, you have nothing going on. You're copying these, you know, it's not original, they're not gonna give you the best results, but while you're doing these, you can start getting ideas, okay, to be original. You know, maybe a certain movement, or you do something and you're like, holy shit, this would look cool if I did this. Oh, well, I could take this hook from a random video I saw 2 weeks ago, things of that nature. And this will just slowly start bringing you into this whole, you know, making your own original videos. And from there, it's just a snowball effect. You'll be kind of original. You'll be maybe every now and again, if you can't come up with anything, copying their videos. And then just boom, this back and forth of, oh, I'm original, I can make up my own. Oh, I don't know what the fuck to do. Oh, now I thought of this. Oh, I don't know what the fuck to do. Boom, bang, bow. And from there, obviously, the better you are at content, the faster things will pick up. Now, obviously, like I said, I can't run the product for you, but this is a great framework to follow and will definitely get you up and running. Oh my gosh, I am pissed. You guys are so lucky I'm not a lazy motherfucker. I was gonna leave this out, but I would be doing a disservice to you guys. These are just a couple things that I thought of after the fact that I don't think I covered. So some final notes on just everything we just went over. First things first, you're not going to understand everything off rip, and that's okay. Okay, this is going to take time. This is basically an entire new skill you're going to have to learn. So, don't get frustrated. Don't completely rule it out. It's going to take some time. It's going to take you doing it and putting in the reps before you actually start to understand everything, and it's actually going to start working out in your favor. You could get lucky and boom, off rip, you're a fucking madman at it. But, at the same time, you could also, run 5 different products from AliExpress and none of them hit. It's okay if it doesn't work out the very first fucking day you try it. Next, never rule out a product just because of price. Now, 2 reasons for this. First is you can always negotiate with your supplier. You can always go to your supplier, and they're probably 9 times out of 10 have a much lower price of the product. And you can also, another little gem, make sure when you are sending products from AliExpress to your supplier, go and find the cheapest variation of it, because a lot of the times they'll try to gauge price based off of that. You got to think they're the supplier, so they're going to try and give you the market value of the product. So if you come in saying, hey, I have a competitor, or on Temu or AliExpress, they're selling it at 35, you gave me 40, a lot of the time they'll move down. And another reason I'm saying not rule it out on price is because I know it might sound crazy, but I have seen people get away with selling $200, $300, $400 drop shipping products. Obviously this, once again, comes into being more advanced. You have to, the perceived value, all that good stuff, but it is doable. So don't automatically just roll out a product just because of the price. Actually look deeper into it. And lastly, it's all about testing and experience, guys. The more experienced you are, obviously, the better, the easier. The more reps you put in, the better you're going to get. The more winners you've ran, the easier this entire process is going to be, right? You could think of it in levels. If you've only ran like one product, had one lucky little product pop off, it's going to be like you're square one and never done any product research in your life. If you've, ran 3-4 winning products, you already have a rough idea of what a winning product looks like. And that's why it's such an advanced strategy. But like I keep saying, guys, do this at any and all levels of experience. Try it, put your foot in the door, try, just get a little taste. Maybe, that might actually be a better alternative than doing the burner method. You might actually get better results from trying AliExpress.
This one is going to be for all of my product research demons. Yes, I'm talking to you, the guy that's watching this right now that has been on his burner for like 4 hours straight and takes pride in doing so and flexes it to everybody else about how much product research he does on his burner. You are wasting your time. It's unfortunate. You have to hear it. You're wasting your time. If you haven't noticed by now, every time you get on your TikTok burner, you normally tend to, it's like normally those first like 10-ish products where somewhere in there, sometimes there's like 5, sometimes there's just 2 or 3, but there's always at least one, right? Where it's like a new product you haven't seen before, or something that's at least something other than just this repetitive bullcrap of just seeing the same thing over and over again. And then literally like 30 minutes in, you only scroll like 30, 40 times, you are literally seeing nothing but the same thing over and over. Products that you've been seeing for weeks. Even if there is a new one that pops up, it's literally garbage. And that is because burners get exhausted. Now, I don't know why virtually nobody else has ever talked about this on YouTube and Discord, literally anywhere else, probably because 90% of people in this space are one-hit wonders or don't even do the business model. But now I'm going to put you onto the most optimal way to do product research with your burner. And it's actually pretty simple. Like, just try it for a week. In that week you test it out, I guarantee you're going to be finding and seeing more new products that you haven't seen before, more than you normally do in like a month. And don't even try me on the, oh, Ethan, that's too much. Oh my God. Like, come on, big bro. You got like 8 hours, 10 hours a day of screen time, and maybe 2 actual full hours of it is like actual productive work. So you got time, big bro. So you're going to structure your burner product research like so. 20 to 30 minutes of actual, like, sitting down, fully focused, burner scrolling, engaging, yada, 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 the whole 9 yards. 20 to 30 minutes every 2 to 3 hours. So what this is going to do is allow you to still get in a good 2 to 3 hours a day of product research while never fully exhausting your burner. So now, instead of sitting there rotting and wasting your life away doing an 8-hour session of product research with only like 30 minutes of it actually being valuable, you're literally cutting that time by more than half and only doing 2 to 3 hours of product research a day, but every single minute of that product research is actually valuable and actually productive.
Yo, what's up, everybody? On today's case study, we have brought back Mateo. This is actually the first
updated case study on the channel. When we first had Mateo on the channel, it was a 20K month case study, him going from 6K lifetime rev to his first 20K month. And now, just 2 to 3-ish months later, he's done his first $90,000 in a single month, the first month of Q4. What's up, Mateo, brother? Welcome back to the channel.
Yo, thanks for having me. Good to be back. And hello, everyone.
Awesome, brother. Awesome. So let's just go ahead and start this one off with a bang. Let's go ahead and throw up those results and all of our numbers that we just did for last month.
Absolutely. So basically, first of all, like most of my stores are based in Poland. That's why the currency is in Polish zloty.
Right.
And the first store I'm pointing here is around about like 1K USD. Second one here is like probably 2.3K.
Awesome.
The third one is close to 10, I would say like 9.7 probably-ish.
Awesome.
This one is around 46, 47K. This one didn't do that much, honestly. It was like 600 USD. This one was probably like 13K USD, 12K USD, something around
Amazing.
that. And yeah, a matter of fact, as you can see, like I've started this store basically on half of October. So this is like half of the month.
Beautiful.
This one is pretty much the same case, started middle of October and did somewhere around 6.7K USD. This store is 7.5K pounds, which is around 10K USD as well. And the last store is in Czech market and it's like 2.3K USD.
Amazing, brother. Amazing. And didn't you have a calculator for what that was in total in
Yes,
USD?
I'm pulling it up. Yeah, so exactly. That is the number that we've made so far this month. It's 91K without $100.
So
Yeah.
about 91K in a single month for the month of October. And that's from, what is that, like 9 different stores, bro?
Yeah, it's exactly
Awesome.
nine different stores. Yeah, so what I was about to say is that last Q4 I've made $0, like not a single sale when I was really grinding and really trying to get anything done, and nothing really seemed to work at that time. And yeah, this year is gonna look different for sure. It already
Definitely.
is.
A
So
lot
yeah,
different. A lot
yeah.
different. So, guys, in today's video, what we're going to try to do, since this is an updated case study, if you haven't seen the first case study, I highly recommend going to watch it. I'll leave that link down below in the description as well, so you can find out a little bit more about Mateo's backstory. But what we really want to do for this one is try to bring you guys at home a lot of value. So we're going to talk a little bit about, what Mateo did to get to this point, how he went from his first 20K month just a few months back to now making almost 6 figures in a single month, a little bit of his systems, a little bit of his processes, a little bit of the things that we did together to kind of, implement this strategy here, implement this over here, and all that fun stuff. Basically, all of our steps to get to this point. But before we do that, Mateo, I want to ask you, how does it feel now? Like, 20K month was awesome. Sure. Like, that's cool. But now hitting almost 6 figures in a single month, those are some pretty big boy numbers. So what's kind of like the biggest difference for you in terms of just like in your life and kind of your mental?
Yeah, I mean, so many things have changed for sure. Like the first and the thing that I noticed the most is that I don't really count when I'm spending on this daily basis stuff, which is, when I'm coming from a background where I always had to count every single bucks or every single buck or every single cent. Like it really matters now that I can,
Yeah.
I don't really count. I'm ordering Starbucks every single day home, and this is funny, but it changed a lot. And that's, I would say, the most important thing that I could notice until now.
Amazing,
and yeah,
bro.
the mental obviously have changed a lot since then, since I feel like we can do basically everything what we would wish for if we put a lot of work and if we non-stop grind and if we are focused and locked in on a goal, everything is reachable, every single thing.
I love it, bro. I've loved seeing how much you've evolved, not even just, as an
Yeah.
entrepreneur, but your character and everything, bro. Just, it's like every time we talk, you're a little bit more G.
Exactly. Exactly.
Love it, bro.
Yeah. Like, I feel like if you start winning, then you don't want to stop winning. You're gonna win all the time because when you've done something once, and yeah, basically, as a matter of fact, when I had my first 20K month, because there was a saying going somewhere in the field that people after they hit their first winner, they kind of stop working a little bit. They feel comfortable with the money, and I never wanted this case to be mine. So I told myself, as soon as I'm gonna hit any money, I will never stop working. And basically, like, I don't know how many months ago it was when it was my first 20K month, but I haven't stopped working at all. I'm grinding even more and even harder until now. That's
Super smart.
Like
Exactly. That really
never
does end
broke
up
again, you
becoming the
know?
case for a lot of people is, they'll get that first winner or make that first 10, 20, even 50K month, whatever it may be, and they take their foot off the gas. And that's something I noticed you did really well, which was, making sure you stayed locked in. I remember it was like in the middle of that 20K month or shortly after, there was that tiny moment where we kind of talked a little bit and you were like, I feel like I
Yeah.
did kind of want to take my foot off the gas. I feel like I did start slipping up. But I mean, it
Yeah.
literally was like a week or two of starting to get comfortable, and you immediately were just like, no, I'm going to cut that off right now. And then I noticed you right back to absolutely dialed. So yeah, I mean, you definitely kept it in line. You definitely did what most aren't able to do in terms of not getting too comfortable, which is, now we're seeing the fruits of your labor now.
Exactly, and that's also kudos to you because you've been in that stage, you understood that really well. So as I told you always, like I'm turning my brain off, I'm listening to you, and I'm just following the steps. That's like a key part for me. It was a key part for me at that moment as well. So yeah, definitely like staying locked in. You know what? I feel like compounding interest finally started working for me. Like right
Hmm.
now, I feel everything is evolving even more every single day that I'm working. The work is way more valuable right now, this day, than it was like 3 months ago because I understand
Exactly.
more, I see more. I like, it just goes this way for sure. So yeah.
100%. 100%, bro. So now to get into the fun details, I know that we're working with a few creators. So how many creators in total are you working with right now?
I would say around 10.
So we have around 10 creators in total. And I know
Yes.
you had a few extra stores, but it was like complicated. We couldn't bring them up and stuff. So how many stores
Yeah,
in
exactly.
total are we running with those 10 creators?
I would say it's 11 or 12.
11 or
Let's say
12
11.
stores in total.
Yeah.
Amazing. So I remember that first call we had when you were bringing the creators in and you were like, okay, here's how we're going to go about this. You started with those first three creators. Then we picked like 6 different products to put them on and
Yeah.
stuff. And of course, let's just hear it from your own mouth in terms of like your exact systems and processes, sort of from when you first started working with creators and started scaling with creators to kind of how you guys are now. Like I know we started with, the handful of like 6 to 8 products. And then we were giving, each creator this specific amount of products and this product to this guy and this and that. But so yeah, just kind of tell us a simplified version of that process and how it's been working out for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, it was really, really messy, as you can imagine. Like until one point when you are working only with your products, it's completely different than now you have, let's say, 10 people to work with, like provide them with a good products, with a good concepts. Because I need to mention that like I'm doing a lot with Victor. That's my business partner, my
Yes,
best friend,
yes.
and I consider him as my brother. So
Hmm.
we are doing so many things together. And basically, like there was so much of work that we had to put also with you. We've been like grinding the calls with you all the time to help us how to structure everything because it's not easy to manage that many people, especially that in our case the strategy was kind of different than usually people do with their creators. So the
Exactly.
usual route of people is that they have a winning product and they throw a creator on it, and we did it like completely other way around, which was like throw creators on a product that we knew were good because we picked them together,
Hmm.
and they started like running it from the ground zero, new accounts, everything new. And yeah, the process was really tough also because we were the ones planning them concepts, like explaining them everything because they are beginners, right? So
Right.
they have no knowledge how to film, how to position camera, like everything, concepts, planning everything, what kind of music to use. Everything was literally and is until today being prepared by us. So yeah, in general, we have 10 creators, as I said, and we are mostly doing that Polish market. It's only Polish market with creators, I believe now. And yeah,
Awesome. And how many products is each creator running?
so obviously it depends. Some of our creators are already full time, and some of them are still working their nine to five. So other than that, we also need to structure their days, like put the Google calendars in them and all of that, like do all the
Right.
planning for them with their days. So yeah, basically it's some of the creators are doing one each, and some of them
Hmm.
are doing like 2 to 3 products each,
Awesome, bro.
just to
And I know,
maximize the output, right?
yeah, yeah, exactly. And I know we had a few calls about optimizing sort of how we're structuring the coaching for the creators on your side. And we had a few calls on, when should we switch to this, or how many calls should we do, or should we do group calls, or this, that, or the third. I know we've went through a few
Yeah,
different sort of strategies in terms of how you're keeping everything organized. So what is it
absolutely.
looking like, if you could just update the viewers in terms of what it's looking like for you and Victor now in terms of actually coaching them, like your call schedules, what exactly you guys are going over, sort of your strategy when it comes to handling the creators themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, again, a lot of mess in the beginning. We didn't know how to structure it properly, so we were testing so many different things. But I was once on a call with a Samuel, with our coach in MMC, and he told me like very valuable lesson about creators that I'm keeping until today, which was that you need to structure calls with your creators in the beginning, especially every single day, because like the best ROI you can get while explaining to them every single day what they should do and how they should do things, other than just randomly throwing them once or twice in a week. So
Right.
but that's like really time taking, because like you know, when you have to explain something from A to Z, it's really difficult when you have so many people. So then we started switching this only to a group calls, when we can gather bigger amount of people and maybe try to explain to a bigger group all of our things or their questions and problems and stuff like that, so other people who are on the call as well can also learn something from that. But
Right.
what we end up doing is skipping both. So basically we are doing daily calls and group calls right now, because yeah, that's what we realized. I mean, that's why we feel that the results are going this way, because we really are trying them to go viral as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And
So
you
you
know,
guys are
like,
having daily calls with them even still to right now.
yeah, 7 days a week.
But is it every single one of them you're having a daily call with, or is it like every
No,
other
because
day?
obviously not every. No. It's not like it depends on what do they need at this point. Like, you know how it goes in the beginning. Like everybody needs to get, let's say, like, I don't know, in first 2 weeks of running a new product, like everybody needs to be every single day. I
Right.
mean, that actually was our case to get them through quickly with everything. But at some point, everybody kind of understands how to do some type of product. So then we basically switched to their needs, right? When they need a call on, or they have some big problem, they can always book a call. But yeah, until today, we have every single day we have still calls with whoever needs them, and then 2 days a week we have group calls, which is in our case Monday and Thursday, I believe.
Amazing. Amazing. So now let's get into products. So I know obviously you come to Big Papa for your products, but even after I'm choosing the products, I know that you guys also started setting limits to how long you would allow a creator to run a product before you said, okay, he
Yes.
just can't get this one to go viral, so we're going to move on to our next one. So what is your
Absolutely.
process with that now in terms of how you're deciding, okay, sure, this is a winner, but let's go ahead and move on to our next winner, just in terms of efficiency?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, the way we structure it right now is that we are not trying to overstay on any single product, and we just put on volume. So we are trying to make as many concepts that are related to the product, and we know that they should bang in, let's say, around a week. But
Right.
it's sometimes it's difficult to put a time frame on it, right? Because if
Yeah.
it would take 10 days, but we have more concepts to test, obviously we're gonna test them. But yeah, in general, that would be somewhere around like 30 videos, maybe I would say, but on a bigger volume. So we really try to post 3 times a day to test the product as soon as possible with all the new concepts, new formats, different marketing angles, and stuff like that.
Awesome. Now, I know we started with 3 creators. That was kind of our base for when we started using creators and scaling with creators. And now we've just, over these last 2 months, slowly, gradually scaled up to a few more creators, a few more creators. So my question is, when are you, or how are you guys deciding to add on another creator? Or maybe decide, okay, we don't need to add on more creators now. What is your process when it comes to scaling? And are we going to add another product and now we need more creators, or we're just going to bring on more creators so we're going to find them more products? What's your mind? Like, how are you guys deciding when to onboard more creators?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my and Victor's case, pretty much the answer is almost the same always. Like, we just need to work more. You know, there is only less sleep that we consider in that case. But yeah, it kind of looks like if we see a good person that we can put on a position that can create for us and can be consistent and do like all of these things that we want them to do with our work ethic, then we are willing to literally work with everyone and just put more effort and work ourselves to manage with that person, if that makes sense.
Right. So you're just basically the moment that you can get somebody that meets your criteria of being a creator for you, you're just going to onboard them and go from there.
Yeah, pretty much it looks like that until now, because you know that's funny what you said, that we had 3 creators, and then basically as more we started onboarding, and we didn't have that product then, so we were pushed to find more, which means that you can always find something, right? And yeah, that's kind of the logic that we are carried with until now.
Amazing, bro. Amazing. So in terms of the mentorship and of course, you know, you guys being in the program, you know, we've kind of been sitting there back and forth dialing it in this whole time, but what do you feel like was the most helpful or the few things that helped you the most from the program when you guys decided, okay, we're going to start, you know, scaling with creators?
Yeah, so as I mentioned also already before, like Samuel taught me like a lot about creators and about way of working with them, about understanding, because if somebody is in a field or in a business model for some time already, so many things are obvious for us, and looking into a beginner is a completely different thing. Like,
Yeah.
that's why I'm so glad that Victor and I, we are together, because we have 2 different styles of doing organic, 2 different ways of explaining things, which means that if somebody will not understand what I'm trying to explain to somebody, Victor will. You know, it's yin and yang. So yeah, that's amazing. And what I was about to say about mentoring, basically the call structure, as we were talking, we were sitting in, I was literally coming to you with all our ideas that we have. Shall we try this? Shall we try that? So all structure, all products, when to drop them, when to start testing something new. It's everything we were talking together, and I'm really thankful to you for that, because yeah, it really worked exactly as we were planning it to work. It worked.
I love it, bro. I love it. And I thought about this the other day too, when it comes to you guys, like your full scale, like conglomerate now of like your whole team and all these creators and all this awesome stuff you're doing.
Yeah.
It's like you are even able to take, of course, not only us still coaching you guys, but you're also able to take the coaching we were giving you guys months ago and now easily be able to virtually apply that to your own creators, which was some like 3-dimensional. Like I thought that was really cool thinking about it that way.
Yeah, it is amazing.
Would you
It
say
is.
that, you know, you kind of almost take some of the structure of the coaching that you got and apply it to the beginners themselves and like to these creators?
Absolutely.
That's amazing. So just all in
Absolutely, bro.
all, it really worked out just perfectly.
Yeah, like literally, you know, when you are locked in, and as myself, when you are rewatching your calls over and over again, like with you or with the other boys, like I'm even probably using one by one your words that you told me about some specific case, right? So yeah, that's kind of how it goes. So yeah.
Amazing, bro. It's amazing. Mateo, my man, thank you once again for coming back on here and joining us and dropping all that for all the viewers at home. Yo, what's going on, everybody? We're back with another case study. This one's really awesome. Today, we have a sit down with my boy, Sam. Sam, what's up, brother?
All good, man. All good.
Awesome. Beautiful. So Sam is just coming off of a 90K month, which we're going to get into showing the results, get into a few of the things we did to get to that number. But before that, could you just kind of introduce yourself, Sam, and kind of let everybody know a little bit more about you, like your age, the country you're from, kind of your overall background with organic as a whole?
Yeah, sure. So my name's Sam. So I'm 24 years old. I'm from the UK. I've been doing organic for about 1.5 years now. So sort of the whole time that I've been doing organic, I've had a full-time job. So sort of, you know, working in the morning, in the evening, sort of a few hours a day, only really doing one product at a time.
Right.
I finally quit that job now anyway. So I finished that.
Yeah. When did you quit that? Like
January.
last month or this month?
Yeah, so I handed in my notice last month, and then I finish next month. So
And now you're full-time organic.
yeah, so I'm gonna, you know, it's just gonna be nice to be able to run, you know, 3 products at once rather than one, and just going at like 1 miles per hour the whole time.
Yeah.
Just everything's just gonna ramp up massively. So
Huge, bro. And it's
wait.
perfect timing too. Beautiful. And I don't know if you prefaced this or not, but Sam actually, there's a funny story behind Sam. He joined the program actually last year. And for those of you that don't know, the program is 4 months long. We actually took Sam from virtually 0 sales, or what, you joined the first time with like a few sales or none at all?
I was complete beginner. I've been doing it about a month.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
we don't work with beginners like that anymore. But when we were doing that and working with Sam, we took him from 0 to his first 20K month. And then after that, he, basically graduated the program, as that's kind of our goal with the program, is not to just see how long we can hold on to you, but get you to a position where you no longer need a mentor, which worked out perfectly for him. And then about a year goes by and he comes back to us to basically join the program long term. And that's when everything unfolded like it has now. And the story behind that's even crazier. So with that being said, let's just go ahead and show the results, and you can kind of tell them the story behind us getting these results and kind of the time frame of you joining back, the numbers we did.
I'll go through it. So this is the one product that I'm running at the moment.
So it's only one.
Yeah. Right. So I started running this product. So it was like July time. So this just start of July, and this was when I wasn't in the mentorship. So I rejoined the mentorship it's like end of September this year.
Yeah.
So kind of I did a good July. What did we do here? We did 21K. I'll tell you how I'll do it actually. Yeah. So here in July, this was when I first started running the product. So yeah, I had a good first month running this product when I wasn't in the mentorship, 21K. And then August, died down. And then September, the account basically completely flopped. The account's very, very stale. I'd gone viral a couple of months ago, but nothing was really hitting. That's when I was like, you know what, I want to rejoin the mentorship. We had a call, our first intro call was at the end of this September. We had the call. We both sort of said, this is going to be an uphill battle to get this account going again. We sat there and we made very slight changes, but just put a proper content strategy, together. List of all the winning hooks, list of all the winning sounds, and just formulated it like, this is what we're going to do for the next week, and we're going to come back and see how it performs. Did that, came back again, did the same thing, and then literally just off doing those split tests and having a proper plan in place, things started hitting. And then the next month, October, so I went from 3K to 38K the next month. So straight away, it just started ripping. This was
right after coming back. Yeah,
TikTok and Instagram. And then towards the end of this month, I started to get Facebook to hit, which is when it really took off into this month, which is
90K, 91K.
November. So yeah, technically last month now, but yeah.
Bro, that is so beautiful. So for those of you at home, kind of how the program structure works when you first join is, regardless, you have one call a week with me. That's 4 calls a month. And it was virtually by my and Sam's second call of us just simply taking his IG that he had already working in the past. That's what made him, kind of like that first 20K month. And I just implemented the IG strat that we teach to all the inner circle students. We took a piece from here, we took a piece from there. I told him what to stop doing, what to keep doing more of, what we should try, what we should, not try. And by the second call of us dialing that in, as you could see there from his dashboard, we went from that, 3K month to literally within 2 calls, now 30 and then a 90K month.
Yeah. And when we made, after that second call, the change that we made, like usually with TikTok, it's different to Instagram, right? Where with TikTok, you have to keep feeding it new concepts. But even doing like the more IG split testing, the TikTok even started to hit as well, just off that goal. And that was completely dead. Like that wouldn't be the one you would expect to start hitting, but it did.
Yeah.
But then, of course, the Facebook was the one where it really took off. So
yeah, bro, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. So now that we went through all of that, let's talk a little bit about like your past situation. You could talk about before we ever helped you. Let's actually talk about basically after you graduated from the program and these few months before getting back in the program. After you left, and obviously like you more than anyone else kind of knows the difference between being in the mentorship and not. When you left and weren't inside the mentorship, what do you feel like became your biggest struggle?
So when I first started in the mentorship, the very first time I was a beginner, and in the grand scheme of things, I found success pretty quickly. I think it was like even the first product that I tested in the mentorship, I did like 4 or 5K with, and the second one I tested the mentorship, I did like 20K months with. So the success came quick during that first 4 months of doing organic. And then when I came off the program, it was kind of like I didn't have that support, and I guess I left feeling like I probably knew more than I actually did, in particular about products, because
it's pretty common.
I've literally ripped this, like, this is a new business model for me. I've done really well.
And I hate to interrupt you, but that's a huge thing that a lot of people have a problem with is a lot of people think they know more than they actually do. And that's why, you know, we talk to all these people, and that's why honestly the program has started to shift more towards helping like 4 and 5 figure organic drop shippers scale to 6 figures and beyond, instead of like helping and pandering to all the beginners and stuff. Because so many of these guys that I talk to that are at 20K lifetime rev, 50K lifetime rev, even 100K lifetime rev, there's still so much they don't know, where they think even them doing that like 10, 20K a month, they don't realize how much more they're missing out on from the stuff that they don't know. And like you're a perfect case study of that. Yeah, bro, it's hilarious. So what made you, I mean, obviously I kind of know because you were in the program before, but what made you decide, hey, I need to come back now, when you did?
Yeah, so I mean, so when I ended up leaving, finishing, I was still running one of the products that I had, and that was making me a few grand a month. It wasn't anything crazy. And then I went through a period of I was testing so many products, and that for me was my period of like really grinding it out and kind of learning myself without the benefit of the mentorship, which is pick this product because it's good and you learn that way, rather than I was just experiencing having to go through the motions, which took
wasting so much time and energy.
Wasting so much time. And the thing is, the content wasn't really the issue. It was just products. Well, content was an issue because I was doing shit concepts that didn't convert, like going viral for the wrong reasons.
Right.
So yeah, it was month by month testing products, not converting. Finally did have this one bit of success, which was with this product in the June, July period, but then it dropped off, and I just kind of said to myself that I don't want to go back to how it was a few months ago, where it was just dry again. I don't want to just have a good month and then drop off again. So that was when I was like, you know, I've got plenty of money from organic and from my job. Like I might as well just reinvest it back into this, and it works out so well.
Smart, bro. Smart. Beautiful.
So basically, yeah, it was product for me. That was the biggest thing, and I wasted so many months of just dry patches testing bad products, and I knew that comparing it to the time in my first time in the mentorship, where you guys were feeding me the products, every single one of them,
so different.
So yeah, that was why.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's where honestly all these advanced guys benefit. It's like everybody's thinking about systems or this, or like all these guys, especially these guys that think they know everything and think there isn't a reason to join, you know, this program specifically. It's like, you know, compared to what you're making, you're investing pennies to know for fact you're basically buying back all this time. And to know for a fact that you're not wasting time on products anymore because they're guaranteed winners. Like it's literally just this easy system of like you joining, for example, take a product that you're currently scaling and we scale it even further because of content strategies, IG strategies, certain platform strategies, people just simply do not have under control. And then, you know, same thing, like even now, like next month and the month after that, as we start onboarding more and more products for you, it just becomes this easy system of just, you join the program, since you already know the basics, you're already at, you know, 4 and 5 figures in lifetime rev. It's just this simple process of feed you winners, dial in the content for those winners, print, rinse, and repeat. It's that simple. So now that we're here, bro, you literally, bro, you quit your job, you've done it all. Like you're almost a 6-figure month, which sucks, by the way. Amazing. 10K away from 6-figure month. Come on. But I mean, how are you feeling now, bro? Just like deep down, like being able to like do it full time, quitting your job, and 90K month, bro.
I mean, it's just, it's such a weird feeling, because honestly, like this past year of kind of when I've really started doing organic, like the vision of me where I am now, like even doing the case study like this, it's weird. And you have these like thoughts in your mind of like where you want to go in the future. And it's like, you know, quit my job, huge burden, like working 8-9 hours a day on that, then having to work on the business, you know, not really having enough time to kind of do the things I actually enjoy in life. Do you know what I mean? Which is important, right? So, and just constantly having this vision of like, man, life is going to be so good when I just quit my job and I have this on the dash. And yeah, I'm here. And it's just, sometimes you do have to pinch yourself to be like, yeah, mate, you know, like a few months ago when you were laying in your bed, like fucking thinking about this, like, yeah, you're actually here now. It's real. So yeah,
it's crazy. Are you doing anything like, I guess, extra that you wouldn't normally be able to do when you were working your 9 to 5, or only doing like that random 20 and 5K month here and there? Is there anything like special you're doing now? Any traveling or anything cool like that?
Not yet, because I'm still working. I'm still at my job, so I'm still having to go to work.
When does that fully like end?
Next month. I'm working from home a lot, so I'm kind of just working on the business whilst I'm working.
Damn. So what, you put in like a 2-month notice or what?
Yeah. So my contract's 2 months notice.
Damn.
and I've been with them 6 years, so I didn't want to leave on a bad
Right. True. Okay,
bad
valid.
in a bad way, but
Yeah.
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 So I'm still locked into that, but yeah.
Valid.
I mean, to be fair though, like I was thinking about this the other day. So when I finished the mentorship and things weren't going well, like
Mhm.
that period between then hitting my next winner, like because things weren't going well, I felt like I worked more.
Mhm.
And as I was working more and things weren't going well, I was almost getting more frustrated. Like I was sleeping less. I wasn't doing anything at the weekends. It was just work, work, work. And like looking back on it, that period, I was actually pretty unhappy and like not enjoying doing the work because I was putting too much pressure on it.
Yeah.
And then when I kind of came to realization that, you do need to enjoy yourself a little bit and relax. And I feel like
Yeah.
mentally, when I made that switch of like, you know what, like this is going to come no matter what, there's no point stressing about it and keep focusing on the end outcome.
Super smart.
And I was like, I'm gonna have a Sunday off. I'm gonna spend some time with my girlfriend or whatever, and just kind of have in my head that I know I'm gonna get there, keep the pressure off. And it was weird. Like when that happens, that was when things started to open up. You enjoy it more. You feel more relaxed. Your content's better. You're coming up with better ideas, and your general
Mhm.
mood's better. Just by
Yeah.
and it's in contradiction to a lot of the advice people get,
Exactly.
David Goggins and all those lot. But
Yeah.
actually, just kind of taking a day off, chilling out, and just going.
Mhm.
In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't actually matter. Just do your work. You know
Right.
you're going to
Right.
get there, and that helped me a lot, to be honest.
And you know more than anybody else, like that's something we preach as well. It's like we have all these people all the time, and then you have all these gurus on YouTube that are like, do this, do that, always got to do this, yada yada yada. And it's like I've always just said, like, just do what the business model demands. If it's
Yeah,
2 hours that day, you're working 2 hours. Like this
Yeah.
frustration and this overworking yourself. And it's funny you brought
Yeah.
that up because dude, there's all kinds of books, there's all kinds of psychology behind it, manifestation, even biblical things where it's like you create resistance when you almost yearn for something too bad, right? Like it creates a sort of resistance, especially with like manifestation, or even like it talks about in the Bible. I don't know, if you're religious or whatever it is, but it's kind of like God himself even is like, they want you to relinquish like that stress to them instead of like fighting for it, thinking you can do it all on your own, going hard, going hard. And it's like, no matter what you believe in, like, that's just a common law of the universe. Like almost always, if you're doing too much, it creates like this sort of resistance. So, I mean, it's really cool that you brought that up. So beyond that, what I kind of ask everybody on these case studies is, what did you enjoy most about the program itself, especially with somebody like you who's like a vet for the program, been in and out twice now you're with us for life. Like, what is your favorite part of it all?
One of my favorite things is just working with you guys. I think I left a testimonial on the Discord, and one of the key things for me was like you're just a bunch of sound guys. Like honestly, as people, you and the coaches are just really good guys. And I think a common misconception that I definitely had before joining a dropshipping kind of mentorship, and I imagine a lot of other people would think the same, is that it maybe isn't very professional. It's kind of these young lads, they're entrepreneurs, but they're still young lads that have kind of put this mentorship together.
Right.
But honestly, like I was super shocked and very impressed with just how professional it was. The quality of the coaching, the level of detail that you guys go into, the way it's structured, it's very punctual. So that aspect to me, working with you guys specifically, I've enjoyed the most. That sort of community feel, just knowing that kind of you're in safe hands. These guys actually do know the stuff.
I mean, that was one of the most beautiful answers I've gotten because no, I'm serious. Like sometimes people are just kind of like, oh, I just like the product or I like whatever. But that was really well said, seriously. And something, and this isn't to make it a us against them sort of situation, but something I notice a lot because we take in a lot of students that come from bad mentorships or this guru over here or this guru over there. And so one thing I noticed that was just normal to me when I put this all together, when I started the program, and just as it constantly evolves and all these different systems and operations we have to help you guys as much as possible. When I started this, like that was just normal to me. Like I knew like, okay, if I want to get everybody as much results as humanly possible, and these people who decide to put their faith in me and get, actually make them money, I need things put together in a way where it has it super structured. And what I noticed over time, especially people reaching out to me coming from other mentorships, is like, bro, some of these other guys have mentorships where it's just like, there's no structure at all. You just randomly maybe message them here and there. There's no structure of calls. There's no structure of this is when this will happen. There's no structure of products. Like, it doesn't make sense, bro. I'm like, no wonder these guys barely get results. It's crazy, dude.
I know.
It just, they burn so many people, bro. It's so unfortunate to see.
Yeah, I've worked with like consultants with my 9 to 5 in the past, and like the level of detail and support that I get from you guys is way greater than some of these other consultants. I'm talking like really big consultants, companies and
Wow.
things like that. Like the level of personal help that you get is far greater, which is a crazy comparison.
Yeah,
It's a very
that's
good
awesome, bro. That's
but yeah,
crazy.
but that's my experience, and it was one of the things why one of the reasons I wanted to join back, of course. Like,
Yeah, that's amazing, bro. That's amazing. So, I mean, just thinking to yourself, where do you think you would be personally, like if you never joined the program with organic?
I think I would be progressing, but I think I would be extremely far behind. I think I would be in a very frustrated state. I think I would obviously have not made anywhere near as much money, and I certainly wouldn't have quit my job
Yeah.
as quickly as I had. I mean, I definitely would still be doing organic because that's just would never quit like that. But yeah, I would. I don't think I would be enjoying it at all. Yeah.
Amazing, bro. I'm glad we could keep that from happening, bro.
Yeah,
Amazing.
for sure.
So, what would you say to 4 and 5 figure organic drop shippers that are, they watch all my videos, they're watching this case study right now, that may still be, on the fence about joining the program and getting inside and working with us? What would you say to these people?
Well, I mean, firstly, obviously, join the program, and the key benefits for me from going, because literally within these past 2 months, I've gone from a 5-figure to a 6-figure organic dropship in these past 2 months. The key things that I think that made me get to there would be the mindset stuff that you guys that we talk about collectively. You talk about it. Samuel's done some stuff on it. I think Sebi's done some stuff on it. The kind of the mindset of when you're in a rut, this is the way you should think. And like I was kind of talking about before, just take the pressure off yourself. That really helped me. And I think it was Samuel that did a call on that. So that whole mindset of, you guys have been in that situation. You guys gone from 5 to 6 figure being drop shippers. And this is the mindset you adopted. So the mindset side of things. The second thing for sure is every product that you run, it's going to convert and it's going to do well. All you need to do is and most 4 or 5 figure dropshippers, their content's pretty good, right? It's just really locking in a strategy on Instagram and having a bank of products. And those two things are basically, pretty much guaranteed when you join the mentorship.
Exactly.
So yeah, absolutely join. And they're the couple of things that I benefited most from it. So.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another case study. Actually, one of the best case studies being posted on the channel to date. Today, we have my boy Peter here, and we're going to talk about how within the last 30 days, he's done almost $170,000 in USD in revenue. What's up, Peter, my man? Welcome.
Hello, Ethan. Thank you for having me.
No problem,
Hello,
brother. No problem. If you could just really quick, just introduce yourself, kind of, your name, where you're from, your age, that fun stuff.
So I'm Peter. I'm 27. I live in Greece and I'm doing organic dropshipping.
Of course. Amazing. So really quick, before we kind of get into your actual background and all these fun things that we do on our case studies, let's just go ahead and show our results for these last 30 days. And I know it's between 2 stores, 2 different products. So let's see the first one. Perfect. So 74,000, virtually 75,000 on one of them. Now let's see the second one.
So here it is.
Beautiful. Virtually 95,000 on the second one. And now guys, keep in mind, this isn't even just Q4. These sales are still going insane, even 9 days into January, which is where normally people see kind of the biggest drop off. So with that being said, we're going to kind of get into all the little things on, how Peter's so consistent, how he's done these numbers, how the program's helped him, all that fun stuff. But before we do that, if you could, Peter, just kind of introduce yourself, your background. Of course, you do organic drop shipping, but how long you've been doing organic, your basic overview of your journey with organic before getting into the program. So, how many sales you did, how many views you were at, how long you've been doing organic, all that fun stuff.
Yeah. So I've been doing organic dropshipping for about a year and a half. Before that, I wasn't really into business. I have a physics degree. Then I did a master in biomechanical engineering. And then I did a PhD again in the field of biomechanical engineering. So I was
So how many years were you in college?
It was it must be around 10 years. It's 10 years.
Wow.
Yep.
And not to say that that was useless, but it doesn't really matter anymore now, huh?
Yeah. It seems like this. Yeah. It won't matter, but it's kind of weird because most people, when I tell them what I'm doing right now for a living with organic dropshipping, they tell me, "Oh, you studied for so many years, all this knowledge, you're gonna throw it into the garbage." But what I gained through this year, the person that I became, and the struggles that I dealt with, these were the most important things that built me up as a person. And now with these traits, I can transfer this into everything in my life, into business and into other aspects of my life. So
I love it, bro.
It was not useless at all.
That's amazing, bro. I know earlier on with you in the program, you mentioned something about being in college. I had no idea you were in college for 10 years, studying for 10 years. That is insane. That is beautiful, bro. So what were your sales and views before joining the program?
I was sitting around 25K, and my views were about 20 million, something like this, 30 million.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome. And before getting into the program and working with us, what do you feel like was one or two things that you were struggling with the most before having our help?
I was struggling the most with finding a good product because in the first time I was seeing products and I was thinking, oh, this is a banger, this is a banger, this is a banger. And I thought that I knew everything about products, and this killed so much time. It delayed my success, and I couldn't easily go viral. I was just hopping on trends, and I could go viral with some products, with some showcasey products. I was making some good money for me back then, but I was not learning the skill. I was just hopping on trends.
Yeah, right. So really just, of course, from the basics that almost everybody struggles with, which is hard to go viral consistently and not being able to just identify actual winning products. So you feel like the biggest thing you struggled with was just mainly inconsistency overall?
Product selection and inconsistency, yeah.
Great. So before, like with you struggling with those and, you know, before you were in the program, not getting help from us, what were things you were trying to do that, you know, obviously weren't working to finally get to that level, you know, before you decided, okay, I'm just going to, you know, work with us?
Yeah. So for the first month, I bought some courses and I learned everything around dropshipping on my own. Then I paid the mentor, and it was good at the beginning, but it didn't go as planned at the end. So that was the situation. Then I continued for some more time on my own, and then I came to you guys.
Right. Gotcha. And you know, it sucks. It's unfortunate, but that's honestly what we get a lot in these case studies, or just a lot of our students in general. They just come from mentorships that just didn't work out that great. And, you know, we don't have to go into details with that, whether it was the quality or whatever it may have been. I'm just glad that we were able to be the people that actually genuinely helped you all the way through. It's really awesome.
Yeah. I'm really glad that I'm working with you too.
Yeah. You've been a great student, Peter. So with that being said, you know, I know you said you were in other mentorships and all these different things, trying these other different things. Like, what made you decide to choose us, you know, at the time you did?
Okay, that's a great question. Because here I want to mention something for everyone that is watching this video. If you see somebody showcasing his cars, his girls, and his luxury lifestyle, and he's selling you a course, just run away. This is what I want to mention here.
I love it. Yeah, you got to
run away.
Lifestyle flexers.
Yeah, because these guys, it's sad to say that, but these guys attract so many young people, and they are very convincing because they are showcasing everything to you, and you're like, oh
yeah, it's a huge play on emotions for sure.
Yeah, and now that I'm really deep into business, I'm watching these guys, and I said, oh, this is a great way of marketing yourself, but it's way unethical, and most of the times you don't get results.
Exactly. I would say majority of the time, because it's great you actually brought this topic up. This is the first time we've ever talked about this topic on my YouTube channel, actually, I think. But, you know, I'm virtually the polar opposite of that. You know, as you can see, like looking at a channel like mine, it's very educational based. It's really where you go to actually learn about organic and actually hear all these deep details that nobody else is talking about. And I think the reason that there's like that polar difference is not just the decision on my end compared to these other guys out there. I think a lot of it, and as you said, it's very unfortunate. I think a lot of it is that's really all they can do for the most part. And so just putting that together, I don't think I've ever seen a program out there that's marketed like most of these other organic dropshipping programs, where it's mainly what they call lifestyle flexing, day in the lives, look at these cars, look at what I'm doing with my life. I don't think I've ever heard of one actually being of, a good amount of value, when that's kind of what they're, how they actually get students. So that was a great point you brought up. I agree 1,000,000,000%. I hate the lifestyle flexing, honestly. So just to get in your mind, I guess, how were you feeling back when you weren't getting our help, or, when you were going through the bad mentorships, or just not, at the place we're at now?
I was feeling kind of lost. It took me 6 months to get my first sale. And when I achieved this, it was a life-changing moment for me, because I heard the ka-ching sound and I was like, yeah, so now it begins.
Amazing, bro.
But it not went as I thought it would go, because then things were not going well. So I felt kind of lost, and I was trying my best, and I had some success, because back then it was the trends with my business is failing, etc., with the stitch clips. And to be honest, I was using some clips back then. It made me my first good amount of money.
Right.
But at the end, I was not learning the skill at all, and I was back to zero. After the trend dies, my sales died too. And yeah.
Okay. And I want to preface really quick, guys, when I just said awesome in the middle of Peter talking about how down bad he was, I wasn't saying it was awesome that Peter felt that way. In general, I said awesome because now, knowing the place we've got him to, it just makes me feel that much better that we were able to help him kind of get out of that sort of thought process, being so lost and all these different things, man. I just want to preface that because I realized it sounded like I was glad you felt that way. But with that being said, now let's talk about the contrast, the other side of that. Now that we're at this level, 170K in a single month, you've officially reached GOAT status, which is the whole point of this program, guys. If you didn't know, that's what we do. We take 4, 5, and 6-figure organic dropshippers and help them make their first or their next 6 figures with organic. And by the end of it all, help them reach what we call GOAT status. This is, real big boy numbers over here, not these lifestyle flexers out there that, share student results to post all over their social medias. This is where you come if you actually want to get to this level that Peter's at. So, Peter, now that we're at this level, now how do you feel?
It feels great. It feels amazing. I was dreaming of these moments. I was trying to manifest this. And eventually, if you want it bad enough and you keep working, you're going to get there. It's all about what you want to achieve in life. And if your goals are clear enough, you're going to get there. Just be patient, work hard.
I love it. And that's one thing, Peter, out of, all the students we've worked with, I've noticed Peter, I wouldn't say is the best at, but is kind of what I'm trying to get to is in terms of manifestation and mindset. Peter has always, before we even started recording, I was talking to Peter about how he reminded me so much of myself. To give you a perspective of what I mean by this, I'll actually even have my editors throw it on screen. The day or, the few days before Peter joined the program, he literally sent me a message saying, "Hey, Ethan, I'm going to be a case study. I'm going to be one of your best students. You just watch," right? And I noticed every call with him, every time I'm talking to him, outside of, other students and everybody else, which there are a few guys who understand manifestation as to what it is, like Peter and I do. But, you could just tell he really had this mental image. He really genuinely had this version of himself that he was slowly becoming. And this is something any and all of you watching this video right now could take from this. If you can see that mental image of that evolved version of yourself clearly enough, and you act every single day as if you are that version of yourself, and you as Peter was saying, dream about it, go to sleep thinking about it, be daydreaming in the middle of the day about it, it is inevitable that your reality forces that, or the universe forces that to be your reality. And Peter, I'm a great showcase of it. And now we have Peter here, who's an amazing showcase of it. All it takes is really finding out exactly who this future version of you is, understanding you are going to become him, understanding, before it even happens, you are him. And then all you have to do is put in the work. And the universe just has God himself actually has a way of, just making that your reality. It's just so beautiful to see that, Peter. It's awesome. So, outside of that though, I'm curious, like, is your life any different right now? Like, do you have any trips planned? Have you been, maybe going out? Like, what's your life like now? Is there anything that is kind of noticeable to you compared to like when you were just kind of stuck at that 25K rev and now you're 170K a month that's like different in your life?
To be honest, nothing has changed. I'm still working the same amount of hours. The only thing that has changed is the results that I'm getting right now and the consistency. And my goal was to be able to build something big, and to be able to live off that. And that's my goal now. I have started to, I can pay myself through my company, and I can live off that.
Mm-hmm.
And my general goals is just to live free, to live on my own terms, maybe to go on some trips. I will maybe go for a trip with my girl.
Love it, bro.
Yeah.
And see what's so great about just how insane our results have been just within this like such a short amount of time. You can have this like overwhelming sort of peace and confidence now that like even if everything went to zero, you're still okay from what we've done in just 30 days. Now, of course, that's not where we want to be stuck at, but for some reason, it almost always they go hand in hand. The more calm and confident you are and less worry, less anxiety, less negative thoughts and less pressure, almost the more you actually end up, succeeding. So, it's even better. It's going to feel even more effortless. It's just great the position you've put yourself in, brother. That's great. So now to just kind of move on to our sort of next subject, our next question. Of course, I know this, but let's kind of let the viewers know. How long were you in the program before you started seeing like actual noticeable results? If you could kind of just give us a time frame, because I know, we had a few good months here and there. And now, of course, this is our craziest month. So if you could just kind of give us a time frame on from when you joined and when you started seeing an increase in revenue and all these fun things.
In order for me to see the results, it took me about 2 months into the program, something like that, or maybe 2.5 or 3 months. But here I want to mention something. Most people, when they think about results, they think about big, high revenue. But what people should think about when they think about results is becoming better and better. So from the first week that I was in the program, I felt this. I felt that I was gaining the knowledge. I was learning how all platforms work. And I just knew that if I keep working on these, the results will come. So the results may took 2 months to come, but me getting better, constantly getting better throughout the program, this happened since day one and since week one. So yeah.
Love it, bro. I love it. And once again, that just goes even more into just how Peter's mindset truly has helped him get to this level. And it's like so noticeable, even from me being his mentor. I could just see it from, just in his character from our first call. Like it was literally like the first few weeks in the program. And he's like, no, Ethan, trust me. I'm loving this. I'm already getting results. It's already so helpful and like all these different things, even though to me, I'm sitting there like, okay, I want us at a certain revenue. Maybe we're not there yet, but you could just tell Peter was still so thankful and so appreciative, even when we weren't at that certain revenue yet. And that just goes to say something. So if you could just kind of, do you remember like the actual numbers? Maybe we could even bring it back up on your phone if you wanted to, of when these kind of results started coming in and what those numbers were, like a month by month playbook.
Yeah, it was my first good month was a 15K month with the product. And this was my highest month ever. This was the first success that I saw in the program, and this I think it happened in the second month.
Great. And then what did that third month look like?
So the third month was a bit worse. It was around 8K, and the reason for that is because I didn't hear you, and I'm a really stubborn guy. And I just think that my ideas are the greatest ideas of all. And I just kept doing different things and testing different scenarios, etc. And this is not how things goes. Mm-hmm. And after that, we had a call and you told me, bro, you have to listen to me. Just do these things.
I remember that call.
Just do this strategy. And what I did is I just started doing the strategy you told me, and the rest is history.
I love it, brother. I love it. And there's actually many such cases, just so you don't feel alone with that. It's pretty common. Like, I understand it to a certain extent. Everybody does have great ideas every now and again and things of that nature. And just so everybody can get an idea of what he was referring to, we're talking about the IG strat, which is really where about 80 to 90% of all these case studies come from. Is half the time when I sit down with the student and we go over their IG strat. Of course, all the other coaching, all the other calls they have with their coaches, all of these play a role. But that IG strat is, one of the most vital in terms of like actually seeing an immediate sort of result from the coaching. And, what Peter was doing, I kind of gave him the IG strat, which it's, a whole boatload of things. It's data driven, it's systematic. It's, it's kind of like almost like one of Per Mill's patented sort of things. And, I gave him very specific things to do. I told him, do this with this video, do this with this text hook. We're going to do this. We're going to post this many times a day, right? This very structured sort of mechanism with his IG. And Peter had great ideas. He did. But what Peter didn't understand is it wasn't about, when we're at that level with where his IG was, what I knew that he didn't is that it's not about great content at this point with where his IG was. It wasn't about how good of a video can he go and make. What's our next best text hook we could come up with, right? And it's more about just understanding these platforms, understanding and being able to see what a certain product or a certain account wants, and then continuing to feed it that. And then once Peter kind of released that, and that's what's crazy is because, most organic dropshippers, that's still how they view organic. And that's why, you still see all these guys stuck at, 25K lifetime rev like Peter, or, 100K lifetime rev, or maybe they go up and then they go back to zero, is because they still have this interpretation of content as, if I want to win and make a lot of money, I just need to be able to continue making the best video possible. Instead of understanding that really once you get to kind of where Peter was at, it switches from that, because of course you have to understand content at a certain level and, get to a certain amount of being able to create good content and being at a certain level with that. But after that, this game very quickly becomes more of a sort of systematic approach towards content. And then as soon as Peter really kind of understood that and started listening to the actual sort of data-driven content strategy, it was up from there. It's so funny you brought that up. I remember that call very vividly. That's great, bro. That's awesome. So, outside of all these awesome results we've gotten and all these fun things, what do you feel like you just enjoyed the most about the program? It can be one thing, it can be two things. What do you feel like you enjoyed the most being here working with us?
So I enjoyed the most having the chance to work with each coach individually, and whatever he wanted to say, he told this thing specifically for me. He examined my case, my situation, my problem, and whatever the problem was, it was going specifically for me, and I was getting all the help that I needed. So this was the most important thing for me.
That's great. That's great. And speaking of coaches, and like we were talking about other mentorships earlier on, and this is especially common with like these, lifestyle flexing sort of gurus out there, is one thing a lot of people don't understand about Per Mill. And, there's a reason, of course, outside of this, that we're the highest level of coaching you can now get within the organic dropshipping space. And we're actually the only coaching out there that doesn't even accept beginners anymore, because we teach at such an advanced level. A lot of these programs out there, they'll have their coaching team or their little main guy, and you end up never talking to the main guy himself that you actually end up trying to buy the mentorship for. And then they'll have like 2 or 3 coaches that are at your level or below your level, have no idea what they're doing. They'll have coaches that are 10K, 20K lifetime rev. I've even heard of horror stories of people that have never even made money with organic being coaches within other people's program. And that is, once again, that's just another little add-on to our quality of the program. Each of Peter's coaches, each of the coaches inside of, Per Mill's Inner Circle is a 6- and 7-figure organic drop shipper. Like all of our coaches, it's insane. 20K days, million lifetime rev. I'm now million lifetime rev. All these different, very, very basically some of the best organic drop shippers in the entire space. So I'm glad you brought that up. And that's kind of how we're able to be so sort of sophisticated, like Peter was saying, with like that individualized help and each coach really being able to move the needle that much more. So I'm glad you brought that up. With that being said, without the program, where do you think you would be now? If you would have never joined the program, what do you think would be happening?
God knows.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I guess the better question is,
Maybe.
do you think you would have achieved these results at the time you did without being in the program?
Definitely not. I would not achieve these results in the same time that I did right now, because the coaching program works as an accelerator, because you will have to put the work by yourself. no one's gonna come to help you. But if you have somebody next to you that is already where you wanna reach, then this is the best scenario. So this is why your coaching program is great.
Love it, brother. Thank you for that. Thank you for those kind words. I'm so glad we were able to help you. And once again, I'm so proud of you, brother. The results you had are awesome. I can't wait to see what we do for 2026. So kind of how I end all of these off is just a simple question. What would you say to someone who's watching this video right now, has been watching my YouTube channel for a minute and maybe been thinking about joining the program, finally getting to that next level, but they're not quite ready to join yet, or they just need that final push? What would you say to these people to help them make that decision?
Yeah. So I would say to them that I want to use a parallel example. So if you want to hit the gym and you want to get big and strong, you can definitely do it on your own. The knowledge is out there throughout the internet, etc. And you can definitely do it on your own, but it may take you, let's say, 4 years. But if you have a buddy that is already hitting the gym and is already at the final stage that you want to reach, then being next to him will help you achieve the results faster, and he will help you avoid all the mistakes that he did on his journey. So this is how coaching works. It's not that you can't do it on your own, but you may waste time. You may waste a lot of time. And if you want to achieve things faster with more precision, then your coaching is I would say the greatest choice, because I've been watching literally everyone since day one, and the transparency and not only the knowledge, because everyone in the space that is big enough and known enough has achieved some great results, but we need to focus more on being around good people with morals that know what they are doing in their life, that they are good people in general, good mentality, and you are the perfect example. You, your program, and the other coaches around the program. Yeah.
Appreciate that a lot, brother. I really do. And I think everything else you said was perfectly said, perfectly put together.